Welcome to today's live coverage of Hope Supercross. We've got the women's race coming up first. It's the start of the UK race series proper. I'm joined by Jente to talk us through the race course, have a look at what we're facing, what the riders are facing. Thank you very much for joining us. What do you think of the course? You've ridden it a little bit this morning. What are you expecting to see?
Yeah, I mean, now at this moment it's still really slippery and quite technical, so I expect that it will dry out a bit for the women's race because it's 3 hours. It will again be quite a fast, close race like yesterday. But
and yesterday's race exploded with Laura going off like that. Are you expecting to see that again, or do the riders end up with a bit of fatigue in the legs, and therefore today's race will be a bit different?
yeah, for sure. I think all the girls will feel the race of yesterday, but if I'm honest, Laura is, I think, on another level than all the other girls. She is, with the top 10 in the world, so I think we'll see today also one big attack of her, and then she will extend her lead lap by lap. And I think for the podium, like yesterday, was really close with 6-7 girls who were really battling for the second and third spot, and I think we will see that today again.
Yeah, and those riders that are fighting for the podium positions. How do you deal with that when there's one rider who's so much better? They're shaping the race. Do you ride to them and just try to hold on to them, or do you forget about them and just think about the riders that you'll be facing?
Yeah, I think the ones you will be facing, because yesterday also my girlfriend Anna K, she tried to close the gap on Laura, but like I said to her, you will never close the gap, so you just need to really focus on the other riders and sit in the wheels and then do a big final, because it's a really hard course. I think the wind will still come up a bit, so there are heavy headwind sections, and you just need to stick in the wheel and then ride a final for second and third spot.
Yeah, and for the people at home who aren't here, maybe don't have the experience riding cyclocross that you do, what's the course like? What are the main bits that the riders have to watch out for today?
Yeah, there are some 2 or 3 really hard sections, slightly uphill, like the start-finish straight. Then you have the cobbles a bit behind, and those are always headwind sections, so it's quite hard. And then you have all the technical parts around the course that will for sure make a difference. And if you're a technical rider, you can make a big difference there, but it's really hard to ride alone on this course.
Yeah, which, I mean, Laura seems quite content doing that, but some of the other riders, we saw them actually working together, particularly with the headwind. And talking about the headwind, we were very lucky with to catch some of the riders yesterday after the racing. So we'll leave you there, Jente, for a second and see how the riders got on yesterday and what they thought after the race.
Laura McDonald, congratulations, winner of the elite women's race. Just talk us through that race from your perspective.
Yeah, it was a hard race. I was alone earlier than expected, but there was a lot of wind on the track, and that made it difficult today. But first race is always painful, so it's good to have the first race today, and looking forward to tomorrow.
As I was obviously with 4 races in a week, it must get you a lot of experience, get you those race legs back really quickly ahead of the sort of full start of the European season. Yeah, for sure. That's the reason I'm here. I had surgery in January, so I didn't race a lot in the summer, and I need some race rhythm, and 4 races in 10 days is good to get it back. And as you say, obviously sort of a period not riding. How have you found getting back onto the bike and racing again? Yeah, it was a long and very hard recovery, but look, I'm here and I'm happy to race again. Obviously, I mean, a great race for the team too. Your teammate Jente finishing second. The team couldn't have really got a better result. No, it's good. I think as a team we have to do it like this, and for sure we have the ambition to race on the podiums, but you can't never know how the race would go, and it's good for her, and I'm happy for her. And is the plan for more of the same for the rest of the week? I hope so, yeah. Just last question, Wednesday night under the floodlights, I mean, how special is it racing cyclo-cross at night under the floodlights? Yeah, last year we raced also, but it was still clear, so
yeah, it's always difficulter than the races like now, but yeah. I hope there will be light enough to see every corner on the track. Yeah.
No, thank you very much, Laura. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Fionn Gilbert, congratulations. A podium in the first round of the Hope Supercross
Thank you
series.
very much. Yeah, a bit of a shock.
I was going to say, how was that race?
It was hard. Oh my god, yeah, like total shock to the system. Haven't raced that much over the summer. Did a bit of gravel, bit of mountain biking, so to come in into like a crit style race was just like a nightmare. But a lung burner, leg burner. But no, obviously, yeah, I'm pleased with it. It went well.
I was going to say, I mean, there was a point where after Laura went up the road, I mean, there was yourself, there was Ginsa, there was Anna Kay, there was Altony, there was Leah.
Yeah.
You were all in a big pack. I mean, how was that playing out?
How was that playing? Well, there was 3 of us initially on like maybe the second lap. It was myself, Anna and Jinsey, and I went over the bars, classic me, just front wheel dug in, went over the bars, and then I ended up in a group further back and we managed to get back to them, and then yeah, it was basically just fighting for the corners. And I knew that they were stronger than I was in like technically. I was struggling a little bit with the conditions, like just dry. I had mud tyres and it was dry, so it was just like that grippy sort of digging in. But yeah, it was about who made the least mistakes, and I knew I was the strongest on the straights and stuff. So it was just wherever I can make a difference and make them hurt, I just had to do that.
I mean, that last lap, I mean, certainly last time through the pits, it
Yeah.
seemed to be, you all seem to launch a sprint
Yeah.
at the same time.
Yeah, well, it's that technical section over there. Everyone wants to get into it first, so it was just like mad dash for that and see what happened.
Now, obviously, the rain didn't sort of held off until towards the end of the race.
Yeah.
Tomorrow looks like it's going to be a lot rainier. Weather for the rest of the week looks mixed.
Okay.
What would you prefer? Would you prefer it to be dry like this? Would you want it to be a bit wetter?
Yeah, to be honest, I've not spent so much time on the cross bike, so slippy conditions are not my favourite. I either like it dry or an absolute like slog. So if it's slippy on this course, like there's a lot of corners, hell of a lot of cambers, it could get interesting. But yeah, so we'll just see how it goes.
And just generally, obviously, you've got the 4 races this week. I mean, a real nice, intense way to start the season. I mean,
yeah, I mean, nice.
Yeah,
I'm not sure it was nice. Yeah, I think it'll be about who recovers best, won't it? And I think with the conditions deteriorating, basically who's technically better, it's going to come down to that. So yeah, quite exciting to see where it goes. But obviously, Laura's in a sort of class of her own, so I think we'll all be just fighting for the rest of the positions.
perfect. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
So Jente, you get to hear from Laura and from Fionn there what they thought of the race. What did you think from watching it, and what do you think is going to happen today? Are we just going to see more of the same?
Yeah, I think we can, let's say 90% expect the same like yesterday. I think, yeah, Laura is just a bit too strong for the other girls, so she will for sure put an early attack in and just extend her lead yeah, lap by lap, and after her it will be again a close call for the podium spots and the further.
Yeah. Thinking about your own racing, you know, here, how do you deal with a rider like that? Do you just forget about it and let them ride their own race and you ride your own race?
Yeah, I think you don't really need to think about a rider like Laura. She's on another level, and you just need to focus on your own race and try to aim for highest possible spot. Was probably second and third.
Yeah.
So actually, you just need to try to forget her. I really, keep in your head that you're still riding for the first position. So you will still go all out, but actually it's for the second. That's actually how I would do it, and I think all the girls that will also be their mindset.
And we have some bias that you've already mentioned. Obviously, Anna's your girlfriend. How was the racing for her, and how do you think she'll do today? Because she's an incredible rider on the British scene, one of the best we've got. How do you think she'll handle today's course? Yeah,
I mean, I hope it stays a bit slippery like it's now, the course, because that's what she's really good at. Yesterday was maybe a little bit too fast, and she tried a bit too much in the beginning to really try to close the gap on Laura. And I also told her after the race that it wasn't her right to try to close the gap, because she would never be able to close it. So she lost so much energy in the beginning of the race that at the end she lost some places. But I think she feels good today and is ready to fight again.
Awesome. Well, we'll wish her the best of luck, and we'll see how the riders get on. I'm going to hand you over to Marty McDonald and Ian Field for the rest of today's racing.
Thanks, guys. It is the day that we as cyclo-cross fans love. That first big cyclo-cross of the season. Welcome along. Thanks for joining us. What a great course we have here for the Hope Supercross. As you heard with all the chat yesterday, Lara Verdonschot taking the victory yesterday. And it really is her race. Ian, the excitement, it's huge. We've got a great course and we've got a great field.
We absolutely have. Cross is here, Marty. Cross is here. It's been a long time coming, seeing all the hashtags of Cross is coming, and it's finally here. The first C1 ever in UK after that World Cup in Milton Keynes is the next highest rank possible UCI race that these riders can take on our shores. And what a stacked start list we have. Really looking forward to this. C2 yesterday took place, and today the C1 with even more riders.
And that's the thing that we see, as we heard from Lara Verdonschot and riders like that, and anyone that's a big fan of cyclocross in terms of when we get into the Belgian races and the World Cups and that kind of thing. It's these races the cyclocross riders like Lara Verdonschot and the international riders that we've got here. These are really important for your gridding as you go into the season.
Absolutely. Points make prizes in cyclocross, and that all-important gridding, as you will see today, how important it is to be on those first couple of rows, even in a fairly small field compared to what we might get in Belgium, the Netherlands, or at World Cup level. So, yeah, getting those UCI points and big points on offer today, given the C1, as we see an overhead of the course here, based at the Wyke cycle circuit near Bradford, and they've made a really tricky little course, entwining up and down the banks, cambered sections, steps, hurdles, plenty going on, and plenty of power sections with the cobbles and the start finish straight all on tarmac.
I mean, when we look at the aerial shot here, and this just shows that what a great course you can fit into a what is essentially quite a small space. We've got a 2.9 kilometer circuit.
Absolutely, it's just twisting and turning up and down, making the most of the elevation that they have. You would come here in the summer, look around and perhaps think you can't hold a cyclocross race here, but the way these course designers can fit features in and even fit the pits in, because that's a large area needed for these international standards. But it's a cracking course we've got here, and it's produced great racing last year, produced great racing yesterday, with some tricky conditions, slightly muddy on top, fairly hard underneath after the long dry summer that we've had, and creating some really good racing.
And in terms of what we've got here in Bradford today, so it's a whole sort of week that we've got from yesterday's races. We've had junior men, junior women this morning as well, and it's bringing everyone together for what essentially is a week of cross.
Yes, all the support races. Yesterday's had some Masters racing going on, under 12s racing, under 10s racing. Today we've also got other support races around the elite races that we have, Elite Female and Elite Open. Obviously the two standout races, we had Junior Female and the Junior Open earlier today as well. So looking forward to some highlights of those races during our coverage, but right now we're looking ahead to the Elite Female.
And there will be a lot of riders. As we said, we'll have a little replay of yesterday, but there's going to be a lot of riders kind of looking to sort of pull something back. And we had some breakthrough rides yesterday, and we heard from her before from Fionn Gilbert, and you could almost sense her surprise in herself in the performance that she put in yesterday.
Yeah, surprised herself with that third place podium yesterday. But anyone that's been keeping an eye on things in the UK scene of cycling across all the disciplines will know that name from gravel racing this summer. Standout performance at the Gralloch earlier this year, and I believe she's a full-time athlete and has really stepped up over the past couple of years. Kind of just almost got into racing, I think, not that long ago, and along with her husband Giles Drake, thrempoing their way to podiums across the country.
And of course, it's a big weekend. It's the British Gravel Champs this weekend as well. So they're going on. So all the racing going on here this weekend. So we'll also the British Gravel Champions. A lot of cyclocross riders will be out racing in those British Gravel Championships as well today. And that's the thing now, isn't it, between cross riders, between what they're taking in their summer program, whether it's road, whether it's gravel, whether it's mountain bike as well now. So there's a nice mix now for cross riders to sort of prep from last season into this season.
It's a strange time of year, isn't it? It's mid-September, got road still going, mountain biking kind of still going, and gravel very much happening this weekend, like you say, with the gravel national championships taking place up in Dalby this weekend. So perhaps a few riders having to pick and choose this weekend, depending what their main focus is as such. So yeah, rather interesting that C1 falls on the same day as the gravel nationals for the open race today.
And the riders just going through their prep. We'll see them rolling around, just warming up as well. And I suppose as well as a cross rider, there's always that sort of shock to the system, isn't there, when you start your season.
There's nothing quite like that first cross race of the season, no matter how much prep you've done in terms of training or crit racing or road racing or mountain bike, whatever it might be. Cross racing is a different beast, as we see the start list here on our screens.
Yeah, so looking through, so Laura Verdon's got Jens Peters, Anna Kay. Unfortunately, I was just checking on social media, so Zan Kreese not taking to the start. Going through some other riders to pick out. Esther Wong had a great day yesterday as well. So we've already, as we said, we've got a real stacked field here.
We have, looking at the top three yesterday, very much an international feel to it, with Laura Verdonschott taking that win from Jens Peters, who was also very good here last year in this series of races. And as we said, that Fionn Gilbert rounding out the podium yesterday. So a real international field for what is a big international competition.
So the elite women's race, not far away from the start. The riders just lining up, and Laura Verdonschott goes into this as the favourite. It's a race that she's won for the last 3 editions, including yesterday.
Yeah, 3 editions previously, and then took the win yesterday. She is the standout name, the 28-year-old from Belgium. Series winner last year. She was second at the Belgium National Championships, 7 wins last year. So, yeah, she is the standout name for sure.
She is indeed. So yesterday we had Laura Verdonschott, Jens Peters, Fionn Gilbert. Then we had Leah Stern from Switzerland, Aldini Baker, Eleanor Day, Lotte Bahler, Esther Wong, Anna Kay, and Alice Colling was our top 10 yesterday. And it's a pretty good sort of guide in terms of who we can be watching up here today.
Absolutely. It's literally 24 hours later, and form doesn't disappear in that time, so we'll be looking to those same sort of names, but you never know on the day. Someone might have been holding back a little bit for the big money, the big points on offer today with the C1, as these ladies are ready to race.
We are under orders. Cross is here. Away we go. So big start. So you can see Laura Verdonschott getting a great start here in those purple colours. Ellie Mitchinson also getting a great start, but it's the colours, it looks like, of the Loughborough Lightning coming through. Is it Leah Stern? It's Leah Stern that's got the great start there in the purple from Switzerland. So really great start already here. So this first lap, and gives us an opportunity here just to see the first set of steps that we've got. Ellie Mitchinson wearing number 10 there, also getting a great start, but so important to get that whole shot through that first corner.
Yeah, it's not long until you're into the first feature, those steps there, and Fionn Gilbert showing her leg speed there up those steps, running to the front of this race and pressing on straight away. A brilliant start from her. Wasn't on the front row, but made up a load of places on that tarmac start and already really pushing the pace.
And this is what she's got to do, isn't it? If you get in this position, that podium yesterday, as you said, she's had a great gravel season, and you come into that, it just raises your confidence level. And this is how she's got to attack this one.
Yeah, for sure. 4th overall in the National British Series last year, so there or thereabouts, but never the performance like yesterday, the first British rider. And look at that, pulling away. Lara Vogelonsch got straight up into 2nd place. You can see greasy on top. So, yeah, not a simple kind of off-road crit like we used to mid-September. We've had some rain up north. It's really made that top surface very, very slick. You see Lara just closing that gap down through those corners, making it look easy at this point.
We had really, really heavy rain yesterday. The elite men's race finished in the torrential rain. And does that make tyre choice really tricky for something like this?
It certainly does. 9 times out of 10, racing in September, you've got the file treads out, or the Griffos at least. But I'd have thought in these conditions, riders would have probably opted for a little bit more than that, perhaps a Flandrian or a Baby Limus. Perhaps for the Dugas riders, they don't have much of an in-between, so it goes straight from a Typhoon to a Rhino, which is their full mud, but it's still pretty quick. So probably a bit of a mixture of tyres on offer out there right now.
And for anyone that's joined us completely new to cyclocross, tyre choice and tyre pressure, unlike other disciplines of cycling, is so crucial, isn't it?
It is. As you can see already in this lap, how many corners and cambers have they taken in half a lap? So yeah, having the right grip levels is absolutely key. As you see, little gaps opening up, the first 3 just prizing themselves clear. One rider missing from this leading group who was up there yesterday, Yinsi Peters. She was 2nd. She's not quite in shot just yet. There we see her moving up on the inside there, taking 4th place.
So moving up there, so you've got the British rider Fionn Gilbert. There you got Lara Verdonschot from Belgium, Leah Stern from Switzerland, and different choice of line on this tricky off camber. Verdonschot takes the high line, cuts straight through there. Great line across the top from Lara Verdonschot, and that in itself, Ian, demonstrates the experience, the tyre choice, the tyre pressure on that one off camber section.
Yeah, that shortest line at the top there, but it's very tricky to hold that top line the whole way across. But obviously took the lead from that overtake, and very, very good skills on offer there. Loads of weight through the left-hand side of the bike to try and maintain grip, and up and over that one. That was a tricky ride up yesterday, but first 3 riders all look like they have made it with decent momentum over the top of that one.
And Lara Verdonschot, I mean, it's fair to say Lara probably didn't have the winter that she wanted last season, and coming into this really a lot of confidence. She said she didn't do an awful lot of racing during the summer due to an operation at the beginning of the year.
Yeah, had that operation to sort out the issues that she did suffer kind of towards the end of the winter last year, and so it wasn't the season that she would have wanted. Very high expectations for a rider of her stature, but looks like it hasn't done her much harm, has it? Come out here absolutely flying in these first couple of races.
It's indeed Lara Verdonschot on this opening lap from De Costa Balpont, leading out. So this team brought a strong contingent here to Bradford for the Hope Supercross. So if you're just joining us for the first time, welcome aboard. It's lap 1, and it is yesterday's winner, and you'd say biggest name in this one, Lara Verdonschot, who is leading out from Fionn Gilbert. Leah Stern of Switzerland up there in 3rd, but Verdonschot already just starting to just squeeze the pressure on here, opening the gap over the 2nd place rider. Fionn Gilbert, she's battling back, and these up and down, we can see here Ian on this course, up and down this bank, and lots of these off camber sections. It's tricky, isn't it? And the more it gets worn out, the trickier it becomes.
Absolutely, we saw Lara there on one of those corners, taking the wide line, staying on the grass all the way around the outside. Not the racing line as such. Normally you'd go outside to apex to outside, but opting to find more grip on that grass and riding the long way round to maintain momentum. So yeah, the course designers making the absolute most of these small hillsides that have been left after the development of that road circuit. And you see up and down these riders always having to concentrate. There's no massive power sections on this course, just one or two, and it's one of those courses riders said yesterday in top form. It almost feels like there isn't too many places to really get your effort all out, but here's one of those up the cobbled climb.
This is great. I love this section. I mean, this is where Lara's really going to feel at home.
Absolutely, yes. Up out the saddle the entire way up there, and that's one of those sections we always talk about cross being a really on or off effort. So when you get out onto a section like that where you can really put the power out, she's up out the saddle the whole way, because she knows once she gets into the twists and turns again, she's so physically good that she will be recovering through these technical sections, ready to go again when she hits a power section.
With the rider number 1, Lara Verdonge, got here from the Coy Staken Seat. The Ridley bikes still for this team. As behind her, it's Fionn Gilbert, is having another great day out. Third yesterday as Lara Verdonge goes past the pits. And a double pit on this. We got that double back-to-back pit that you need on this sort of course.
Yep, gives the opportunity the riders to change twice per lap as such. So hopefully evenly spaced, so it's yeah, not too much trouble. If you do have a problem, you're never too far from the pits as such. The course around about, as you said, 2.9 kilometers in length, should take approximately 7, 8, perhaps 9 minutes, depending on the exact conditions, but hopefully you're never too far from the pits, 2 or 3 minutes the most.
So off and on the bike constantly as well. And this course in itself is a really good practice for the rest of the season, just with its constant off and on the bike as well.
Quite a few dismounts, remounts, as we see there. Fionn Gilbert just throwing the bike around that one. And like you say, yeah, just taking that opportunity, just too slick, too cambered for these riders to ride all the way around and maintain good momentum lap after lap. So just opting for the safe option, just jump off, run round. That's your minimum speed in cyclocross, how fast your feet can carry you. So yeah, the steps, the planks, and then that dismount for that off-camber section. So here they come round onto the start-finish straight, and already going to be 1 lap down for Lara Verdonge.
So Lara Verdonge goes through the finish line. Fionn Gilbert still hanging on there in second place. Then Jens Peters, Leah Stern are your next riders through, it looks like. But Lara heads out on to lap 2. So we do 2 laps, and then the commissaires take the time and decide on our race distance. But already it is the Belgian rider leading out here. And it is good to see Lara back and riding in the sort of manner that we know she is. She's another rider, and we hear it's such a common issue now, is the narrowing of the iliac artery, which is the operation that she also had to have. Ailey Isabet is another rider that's trying to recover from that one. But Marianne Vos, Pauline Ferrand-Prévot had one leg done, then both legs done. It's a condition that's so common in cycling, but it's good that they've now found it. And you must just feel, once you've had it, that all of a sudden that your legs are back.
Yeah, more often than not, it occurs in one leg initially, that pinching of the artery, that narrowing of the artery in the groin area, in the kind of hip area. And the common symptom is just a distinct lack of power in one leg, almost like a dead leg feeling, not being able to get the power out. And it's one of those things that comes on over time. It's not like one day suddenly you've got a dead leg. It is a narrowing over time, and so it can be really hard initially to diagnose. And so more often than not, a rider just goes through a really terrible time, not really knowing what the problem is, just having this feeling of a lack of power. Eventually, like many, it gets diagnosed, operated on, sorted, and it takes a little while to come back to their best. But yeah, like all those riders that you've named have all made it back to their very best. And I think that's what we're seeing here with Laura Vodonskot herself after that operation, back to full strength for this season. Perfect opportunity in January to get things sorted, give the whole summer to get back on track. And yeah, looks like it's worked for her.
Yeah, it has. Another rider that had that was Shirin Van Anrooy, another great top cross rider. We hope she'll be back into cross this winter. So we caught a glimpse as well of our chasing group. So Fionn Gilbert, Leah Stern, Jense Peters and Anna Kay has also moved up into that chasing group behind. So we'll see what sort of gap and if they can close this back up. Fionn Gilbert still on her own. And this is she's from the World Top Pack Timo team. This is what's always great about this point of the season, and what's so interesting and exciting from cross fan and particularly British cross fan perspective is to see someone like Fionn, who all of us, as you said, if we've been keeping an eye on her for the last few seasons, but going toe to toe here with some top international competition.
Absolutely. The summer for a cross rider is the time you can make a real big difference as a rider. Once the season starts, you're racing so often that unless you really kind of periodize your training and your racing, it's hard to make a huge step up once that all really kicks off in October, November time. But as we see here, Fionn has really gone away and put in the hard yards basically and come out almost a completely different rider to last season. It looks like her skills have massively improved over the last season. I think she'll admit that one. I think her latest Instagram post before this series of races was a series of her basically on the floor from last season, but looks very, very good technically here today, riding good lines, carrying good speed everywhere. That interest in that chase group all coming together. Sometimes that can really, really help push each other on, work together, but sometimes that can almost slow each other down. You're worried about that person taking advantage in the wheel. So interesting to see what happens in that chase group behind these two leading riders.
And as a coach and as a former pro yourself, what from anyone that watches cross season and sees riders out on the road, out in the gravel, what sort of things are you doing? What would a rider like Laura have been doing to prep for the cross season? And when do you kind of start?
Most riders will have a break after the cross season, at least a week, maybe 2 weeks, then a couple of weeks getting back into it as such, and then a very stereotypical summer would be almost a traditional road person's winter. So up in that aerobic base, that aerobic capacity, lots of zone 1, 2 long rides, some tempo efforts, getting back in the gym, doing lots of strength work, and then gradually upping the intensity while maintaining volume for as long as possible, basically, because that underpins absolutely everything. And then kind of August time, you really begin to change your focus, dust off the cross bikes, or perhaps take delivery of those new cross bikes, get out into the field, practicing those skills, practicing those real on-off sort of efforts so that you can come into September ready for the cross season. But as I say, it's a long time until Nationals in January and the World Championships end of January, and it's really, really important to phase plan your season and make sure you're on top form for when you exactly want it. Some riders will come into this weekend absolutely flying, needing the points, knowing full well that that's where they're lacking. Other riders happy with their point situation and have bigger goals later in the season. So you will see some riders maybe potentially a little bit different to normal in these opening weekends, but looks like Laura Vodonskot has gone away and put in the hard yards over the summer and come out flying.
Laura's very much what I would call a kind of travelling cross rider. We see her going down, picking up wins in Spain. She's one of those riders that does travel a lot and set herself up. She's definitely a cross rider that likes to race.
She is, and more often than not, those travels bring wins, bring prize money, bring points, as we see that chasing group just splitting up ever so slightly with the technicality of this course, the speeding up and slowing down of all the cambers and the banks and the corners. It's very, very difficult to hold the wheel super tight ahead of you, as we see naturally just kind of that accordion effect, that elastic beginning to snap in that chase group as the pressure is applied at the front.
So also looking on a little bit further down, cyclo-cross AC Lancester is on the front of that group. And I think just looking at around the rest of the groups, so going down through our field, we've got, so Lara Donshot, Fionn Gilbert, Leah Stern, Jensen Peters, Anna Kay, then Ellie, I made Ellie Mitchison, Teresa Vanikova, Lotta Barla in that next group with Leah Korabuff. Those look like the next group on the course here. But Laura Verdonschot really at the moment in a league of her own at the front. In this position, you've just got to just really ride your own race behind, haven't you?
You have, depending whether you're in a group or solo at this point. You really got to, this is a kind of the point in the race where everything's settled down. Everyone settles into their place. A small slip from Laura there just shows that she is pushing things. Had to get off kind of one bank earlier than perhaps her pre-race plan. But just goes to show that it is tricky out there and she is really, really pushing. And so got to that technical part, just a small slip. She did have a bit of a worrying look at the front wheel just before she came to the pits for the last time, but opted not to go in. Perhaps just felt as though that front tubular was going down ever so slightly, or perhaps it just tucked underneath her and she was just checking it ever so slightly. But no real issues that we can see right now.
No, lap 2 here, so Laura Verdonschot pressing on, and it's a good gap that she holds over that chasing group behind. So can they make any inroads into it? Laura Verdonschot coming round at the end of lap 2 here at the Hope Supercross, and we'll head out for a lap 3. So Verdonschot going through, looking cool, looking calm, looking comfortable here at the front. It's also a good benchmark for a lot of the domestic riders to see where they kind of need to be. So Fionn Gilbert going through ahead of Leah Stern, Jensen Peters. There's Anna Kay just coming into your picture as well. So Fionn Gilbert, Leah Stern, Jensen Peters, Anna Kay. That's our top 5 gone through the line onto the steps for Laura Verdonschot. And the gap, 19 seconds. So decent advantage, Ian, for Laura Verdonschot to our chasers.
Yeah, that's a pretty comfortable gap in cross. That allows for probably a slip here or there, and you're still absolutely fine. Perhaps even, I don't want to bestow it upon her, but even a puncher at this point, you'd probably lose 20 seconds, depending how far from the pit you were. But it wouldn't be a complete disaster. So yeah, a nice, comfortable gap for her right now. And from this point on, you can kind of manage it. You can go hard on the really hard bits, and then ease back or through the technical sections. Perhaps even lose a little bit of time to those riders behind really pushing through the technical parts, but you can relax through those, not take any risks, and then really hit it on the hard part again just to maintain that gap to the chasers.
Well, indeed, Laura Verdonschot here on lap 3, and clock counting down for the Belgian rider. As we said, she's had a tough lead into the season from last year. 25 victories in her career so far, 28 years old. And looks like she's back from that surgery at the beginning of the year and building back to her best and into what she'll hope will be a big winter in the fields. And cyclo-cross, I mean, this coming few years, Ian, as we try as a sport to make it into the Winter Olympics, it's going to be a big few seasons and a big one for all our cross riders.
It is. It's big for the sport, big for the riders, big for all the sponsors involved, and hopefully all the new sponsors that will want to get involved if it does make it into the Winter Olympics and really step up in terms of kind of worldwide publicity, really, and open up to that really worldwide audience that, cross, I mean, we absolutely love it as a sport, but we do understand that it is quite niche. Explaining it to someone, it's an off-road form of racing that takes place in the Northern Hemisphere, September to February. You get a few funny looks, especially when you describe the bikes as almost like a road bike. So, it's a huge opportunity for our sport, and it'll be really interesting to see where that takes us.
And I think as well with you look at riders like Laura, who's a pure cross rider, and we had the news in the last days as well that Fem van Empel, now our world champion, has also decided to just focus on cross. A little slip there from Laura Verdonschot as she went into that off-camber section. So if you look down at the wheels here, you'll get a really good view of just how much the tyres are just gripping onto that off-camber section. But I think that news from Fem van Empel, and you look at riders like Laura, and I think it kind of reinforces that it's okay to be a pure cross rider and want to be a pure cross rider.
Oh, it's absolutely brilliant for the sport that teams are allowing that and supporting that. Yeah, that news from Fem van Empel really, really interesting. It just seems to me that the bikes are moving around a little bit more on this lap. Perhaps that top surface just getting taken off a little bit more. Yeah, just looks a little bit trickier, especially on that camber. Laura just really, really struggled to hold that top line, whereas that opening lap, she absolutely flew across there. Fionn Gilbert just dropped to the bottom and then came back up. One feature that we haven't really spoken about is getting a good indication from those flags there. Laura, in her interview after yesterday's race, said the wind was really, really tough, and it is pretty strong today in Wyke, around about 15, 16 miles per hour, but it is quite exposed there, so some of the sections that you see on course are a lot harder than perhaps they look into this wind.
Yeah, it's just whipping across the course here. And that's it with cross. You're just constantly changing direction as well, aren't you? It's not like the road where you'll get long sections of crosswind, tailwind, headwind. In cross, you're changing, here every 50 meters or so, if that.
It's really difficult to get to grips with, literally and metaphorically. So yeah, it's tricky, but these riders dealing with it really well. Nice flow over the planks, remount, up to speed as quickly possible. That top surface, the way it's cutting up, just looks like it's making it a little bit trickier to get clipped back in after any dismounts. So another feature that these riders have to take into account.
As in this position where you can see Laura really having to work those tires. Is this a point where you start to think of a bike change your tire pressure?
Potentially. It's the kind of conditions where that top surface is picking up, getting greasier. Those mud treads or whatever treads they are using will begin to kind of fill up and not clear the mud. Where we see foot out at this point, it's definitely getting trickier. As I said, those treads filling up, so you end up almost riding kind of a mud-filled tread. So there are a couple of things you could do. Simply change bikes to get a fresh set of tyres so they're clean, so they actually work, or you can go in or tell your crew that you need lower pressures. They'll drop them, and then quarter of a lap later you can change on to that lower pressure. Just 1-2 psi will make a massive difference on this sort of course.
And you can see here from our chasers, from Leah Stern and Fionn Gilbert here, that you need, if those treads are full of mud, because the tyre in cross is just, depending on the tyre tread, you've got arrows with little knobbly bits on the side. Some manufacturers, it's like a Y, isn't it, on the treads in different manufacturers, but the tyre is deforming under you to kind of grip onto those off-camber sections as you move left and right. So if they're just filling with mud, the tyre is just not operating in the way that you need it to.
No, exactly. One advantage this course does has is that long start-finish straight, and the cobbles that they're on now. You see the cobbles absolutely covered in mud from where the mud from the tyres is flicking off from the higher speed and the hard surface. So that is an opportunity to clear your tyres, but in these conditions it looks like they're clogging up straight away almost as soon as they head off-road again.
So Fionn Gilbert and Leah Stern here working well together. So we're just looking around the Jente Peters, the other rider from Da Costa. Bouwpoints is also in the race as well. Anna Kay looks like she's just dropped off that chasing group very slightly. We'll get a better idea when they come through. Did I catch a glimpse of Jente Peters off the front of those chasers? I was having a look. Was it just Laura Verdonschot in the distance?
I think that might have been Laura just going the other way. The rider we would expect is Jente Peters after yesterday's performance and previous performances at this series, but didn't quite catch it hopefully might see here if they come into view, but problem is Laura's got such a big gap now.
Yeah, big advantage here for Laura Verdonschot. So lap 3 for the Belgian. Just back, shifting through the gears, taking that opportunity as well. And this is the position that you want to be in, isn't it? Just out the front, decent gap, just being able to just ride your own race, ride the course in the way that you want to ride it.
Exactly, just completely in control. Going hard where she feels most comfortable, and easing back where perhaps she's beginning to struggle or finding some tricky points on course. So absolutely a brilliant position to be in as a rider. That probably up to 30 seconds at least now for Laura. We're going to get a time check as they come round to finish that lap. Just waiting for those chasers, still not in shot.
So Laura Verdonschot leading will go through. So their chasers not quite into view. So we'll see that chasing group. Fionn Gilbert, Leah Stern as Laura Verdonschot goes through. So Leah Stern has just pulled clear here of Fionn Gilbert. So they are still our chasers. 24 seconds is the gap. So it is still Leah Stern and Fionn Gilbert that are in second and third position. That's Cassandra McIntosh wearing number 34 there. Oh, it's Ishbel Strathby. I'm reading, she's got number 34 on. Ishbel Strathby is Team Hope. So wearing 24. So the next group's just going through. 24 seconds, though, is the gap from our leader. Guess if we get a glimpse of the start-finish line, just see some more of our groups going through. So yesterday, it was Laura Verdonschot, Jente Peters, Fionn Gilbert, then Leah Stern. And we had Anna Kay up there in 9th. Anna Kay is in that chasing group behind. As we go past the pit area, Laura Verdonschot still leading out here. And it's just been at the moment, at this point in the race, Ian, just so few errors creeping in here. And it's where you're just taking fractions of a second on every single turn. That's what makes the difference.
Yeah, we see it. Oh, commentator.
As I say that, curse the commentator.
Yeah, LSC there just whacking the pedals, trying to clear the mud. It clogs up around the cleats on the underneath of the shoe. If you whack it on the pedal, that kind of clears. Then you can get clipped back in again. But as we saw on the previous lap, as we get a rundown there, Laura Verdonschot from Leah Stern, Fionn Gilbert, Anna Kay and Jente Peters. So a little bit different from yesterday. Leah Stern in second. Very strong rider, 23-year-old from Switzerland, 4th at their national championships last year and 2nd overall in a strong Swiss series that they have over there. So a very good rider, and not at all surprised to see it in 2nd place at this point.
Yeah, the Swiss series and Swiss cyclocross really, it's building back, isn't it? It's such an important domestic series and has been for so many years. I mean, it used to be the hotbed of cyclocross Switzerland.
Yep, it was the place to go, and then kind of the Belgians took over from that, and Swiss cyclocross suffered for a few years there, but it's great to see. Great national series that they hold there. Some absolutely iconic, brilliant courses on offer for the riders there. Very hilly, technical, challenging courses normally on show in Switzerland. As you see Lara cross that cambered section once more. Makes it look easy this time.
It does indeed. It's just the way Laura's riding that off camber bank there. It's just like she's like riding on Velcro tires, the way she's holding it.
Yeah, once she gets in there, she applies a little bit of power to maintain momentum. See Leah Stern here, not maintaining that super high line. In fact, going for kind of a middle line to open up that grass. Fionn Gilbert, just drops down at the last second. Has to jump off as a result. Bit of a mistake, just shows probably nearing the physical limit, trying to keep up Leah Stern and through that technical section. That's where the mistakes are made when you're on the limit.
Yeah, he just had to bail out there, isn't it? And it is, for anyone that's watching cross that's never watched this before, it's maximum slidability, isn't it? You're pushing your tyres to their absolute limit.
Yeah, they're just across a camber like that, they're kind of deforming underneath you, desperately trying to cling on to that hillside as best as possible. Once the momentum starts going left, once the majority of your weight starts going left, it's very, very tricky to stop things sliding down the hillside, as we saw there. And then unfortunately Fionn just took too much momentum down the hill, had to jump off, saved it reasonably well. Yeah, kind of just about kept momentum and had to run up out of there. But that's the elastic broken now. She's going to be having a tough time trying to close down a rider like Leah Stern, but I wouldn't write her off at this point.
Neither. We'll see how Fionn Gilbert reacts to this. It's going to be interesting to see if Fionn decides to how much international racing if we're going to see him now after this, getting that confidence and starting doing a bit more in Belgium as well.
Absolutely, and yeah, just as shown today to be really, really good. As we see a replay there, as I say, just trying to hold that high line, but the momentum went left. Tried to save it, desperately tried to pedal to get back up the banking, but really quick decision making there to jump off the bike while she still had some momentum. Unfortunately, that momentum took her into the barriers, but soon clambered back up the banking and was on her way. So yeah, not a complete disaster, obviously not ideal, but could have been a lot worse.
Yeah, she just looked like she caught her foot as she dismounted as well. A bit of a stumble. We're on lap 4 of 6. If you're tuning in to the Hope Supercross today, welcome to the Wyke Community Sports Village here in Bradford, and it is the superstar Belgian of this race for the last few years, Laura Verdonschot, who's leading out from Leah Stern, the 23-year-old Swiss rider, with Great Britain's Fionn Gilbert in third place. Leah Stern's one rider. She's had a really busy road season as well, and comes into this winter. She's had quite a few wins on the road this season in various places. She had a couple of stages and a GC victory over in Germany. Comes into the cross season. She won a stage and GC in the Tour of Charente-Maritime as well in France, which is a sort of really prestigious French Cup stage race as well. So she had a really strong season on the road as well, and you can see the difference that it's made to her.
Yeah, that's one way of kind of trying to step up a level, is increasing the amount of road racing that you do on the summer. And we see she's had a cracking summer, to be honest, and yeah, just carrying that form into the winter. Be interesting to talk to her whether she's had a bit of a break after the road season or whether she has come straight into the cross season. Perhaps we'll have a break later in the season. There's a couple of different options you can do as a multi-discipline rider. But she's carrying great form at the moment.
She is indeed. So our leader, Laura Verdonschot, Group 2. Our chasers are Leah Stern and Fionn Gilbert. So a bit of a gap between those two chasers on lap 4 of 6 on what is a great course. It's a tough course. Weather conditions for the riders today, so about 12 to 14 degrees Celsius on the afternoon, 11 to 21 kilometer an hour southerly winds just whipping across this course. It's very gusty as well. You can just see the real sort of off camber sections that Laura Verdonschot having to sort of get off and run. And a lot of when you get these courses, we get them throughout the winter, don't we? And it's a point where you almost feel that you could do with a little set of studs on the back of the shoe as well.
Yeah, underneath the shoes you normally have just studs at the front, and then kind of plastic molded grip on the back, and it's really difficult running downhill sometimes to gain enough grip. You really have to be super aggressive and really dig the heels in as you run down a hillside like that. But you see really struggling to get clipped back in. It's probably that time of year where the cleats are new, the pedals are new, the shoes are new, everything's kind of bedding in and kind of hasn't got that extra bit of movement, that extra bit of space that's created actually by a little bit of wear and tear, and it's making life difficult to get clipped back in. But that's another lap going to be ticked off for Laura.
So at the end of lap 4, Laura Verdonschot still leading. She goes in through now with 2 laps to go for the Belgian, powering on here. And in a real commanding position for Laura Verdonschot. And this De Kooister Baalpunt team been around for quite a few. She's just testing the tyres here, Ian, as well. A little bounce on the tyres. Something that you were alluding to a couple of laps ago.
Yeah, it's obviously conditions changed to the point where it almost feels like tubulars are going down. She had a good long look at that front tyre earlier in the race, and obviously has potentially hit something or lost a bit of grip turning onto that tarmac or something. Whatever it is, it definitely feels softer than perhaps when she started. But I think that's the conditions just changing.
It is indeed. So just a little bounce just to check the tyres, make sure they're all right, using the road to do that. And 38 seconds to our chasers. Fionn Gilbert's battling back. She's holding the position to Leah Stern. She didn't lose a huge amount with that just that little error on the off-camber section.
Yeah, the bobble.
That was the word I was looking for.
Don't write her off. She's super strong, and it looks like she has upped her game technically this season. So yeah, she's going to fight all the way to the end of this one.
So Fionn Gilbert, as Ian said a while ago, has had a big season in the gravel, and that now as well in itself is appealing to a lot of cross riders who want to follow their own path. And it is as well, as a cross rider, it's finding your own pathway in terms of if you want to add something. As we mentioned, Lara Verdonschot is very much a pure cross rider, and it is just finding that, whether it's gravel, whether it's diving out and doing more on the road, and we are seeing more and more cross riders just going out and enjoying the gravel.
Yeah, it's kind of a nice mix almost. It's not quite road racing, it's not quite cyclocross, but it's a nice mix of the two as such, and you tend to find quite a few cross racers will do that in the summer. It's almost like a really hard road race off-road with some skills, some punchy climbs, etc. And it normally suits this type of rider pretty well, as long as they obviously do a little bit more endurance compared to perhaps what you need for a cross race. But that underpins absolutely everything, so these riders don't shy away from putting the hours in the summer, so naturally cross over pretty well to gravel racing.
They will indeed. This is going to be a huge confidence boost this weekend here at the Hope Supercross for Lara Verdonschot. And when you've had a period of injury and illness, and you've had, as Lara had to do, go into hospital at the end of last season, have that iliac endofibrosis surgery, and then come back in. I mean, you're just never quite sure, are you? I mean, the numbers can be good in training, but it's not till you pin a number on and get back out there that you know that everything's good.
Exactly. It's cross racing is so hard, so intense. The skills are so important that you just never quite know until you pin that number on, like you say, and the gun goes and you're halfway into that first race, really. Even the wheels can fall off at that point, even though the race is only 40-45 minutes for these elite women. It's still such a hard effort, and also to gauge it correctly is very difficult. You see the riders on the limit as soon as that gun goes all the way to the finish line. So I'm sure she'll just be relieved to have the form that she does and be able to return to this level. So you see really tight battle still, as you said, Fionn Gilbert not giving up. All mistake from Leah Stern. This could be an opportunity here for Fionn Gilbert to get back on terms. Whether Leah can ride up out of here, she can, but she's definitely going to lose some time if Fionn can nail this section.
Let's have a look, and she does. Fionn Gilbert closes up. We've got a real battle on our hands. Oh, we got a crash at the front. Lara Verdonschot, first mistake that we've seen from Lara Verdonschot in this whole race. As Ian Field's been saying throughout this one, this course constantly evolving and constantly changing this afternoon. And you go in there and you just see there, it just washes away, Ian.
Yeah, just front wheel began to go, and then the back came round on just those tyres filling up with mud. Tried to just pedal through what looked like a very simple corner, just lost it. And I think that's just tiredness, perhaps just relaxing a little bit too much, but definitely conditions getting harder and harder as this race has gone on. Looking down, just picking some mud out. of that lever on the right-hand side. That lever obviously doing the rear gears, so super important to have that one functioning properly.
And unfortunately, she went down gear side down, didn't she? Drivetrain down.
Yes, she did. That's yeah, a tricky moment if that rear mech gets bent and then can kind of go towards that rear wheel. But she obviously didn't hit it that hard, otherwise these Di2 rear mechs will go into crash mode. So that will allow her to go into a hard gear, but it won't allow her to go into an easier gear towards that rear wheel. But it looks like she has been able to change into an easier gear since that crash. So it hasn't gone into crash mode, which means she didn't hit that rear mech, fortunately for her.
And cross is just one of those sports as well, isn't it? Just a tumble, just anything can happen. It's never over till it's over, because anything can happen in cyclocross.
No, exactly. As we saw there, only cost her a few seconds, but it could have been a lot worse as she just slides a little bit further down that banking. The gears have gone. The gears have gone. She can't get into a harder gear.
So Laura Verdonschot's crash there. It looks like it's put the gears into crash mode. We've got the real battle on our hands here for Leah Stern and Fionn Gilbert for the battle for the podium. It's the Swiss rider in the purple wearing number 6. Fionn Gilbert in the red. Did look like she closed back up on that long off-camber bank where Leah Stern made a mistake ahead of her. Gilbert had done the same the lap before, but Fionn Gilbert's on a real charge here, Ian.
She is. This is going to make things very, very interesting for the last lap. Laura Verdonschot is definitely going to lose time at this point. Looked like she was stuck high up the block and really having to spin her way along these faster sections. Through these technical sections, it won't be too bad, but any fast section, she's going to lose big time to these chasers.
So Verdonschot, you can see down Eleanor Day, Jens Peters. Eleanor Day has moved up as well. We're getting a graphic and see where she is on the course. Laura Verdonschot into the pits for a bike change for the Da Costa rider. Is she going to go in? Yes, she is. So needs a bike change here on lap 5. So swift bike change. So didn't lose a huge amount, but still it's time lost. She's still got a comfortable lead. She exits the pits, so that's where you want that decent advantage. Again, you can see just having to stamp the mud as she tries to get the feet back into the pedals, but cleanly out of the pits there, and still no one in sight. So it didn't really cost her an awful lot.
No, the last time checked, it was around about 40 seconds she had over those chasers. She would have lost a bit through that crash and then through the gear problems, but yeah, not panicking just yet. Doesn't need to panic at this point. She is the strongest in the race. It just depends how she's feeling at this point, whether she's a little bit panicked, a little bit flustered perhaps, but just taking her time, opting to run this entire section, taking no chances.
No chances taken at all. There you go. We go back to our next groups on the roads. So we've got Ellie Mitchinson wearing number 10 and having a real battle here with Casey Iington wearing number 25 of the Scott Pioneers. So the rider just on the back there, Ellie Mitchinson of the Exact Power Versa Energy team. So we've got some really interesting battles going on a little bit further down through the race. But Laura Verdonschot very much back into her stride here after that bike change. As she goes through the line. So you're going through lap 6 of 6 here for Laura Verdonschot. So final lap. So I'm hearing on the announcer saying we've got 2 laps to go there, Ian. I'm just catching a glimpse.
No bell and yeah, 2 lap to go board was held out by the commissaires. On that right hand side there, just under the gantry, 2 laps to go, and Fionn Gilbert nearly back to the wheel of Leah Stern there. Really interesting. So still 2 laps to go for these women.
That's it. So our apologies there for the discrepancy in the graphic, that we've got 2 to go this time. So 2 laps to go. But Laura Verdonschot's advantage. Enough for them able to take that tumble, get that bike change. But this battle for second and third is really heating up between Leah Stern and Fionn Gilbert. And it just shows, and I think it ain't over till it's over. And both riders, it's interesting. It does show how tough that long off-camber bank is, in the fact that both of the riders both had a little wobble there, and that's what ultimately at the moment looks like it's really giving us that battle for second and third.
It is kind of the key feature of the course at this point. That's where we've seen the real differences being made on this course, perhaps. So yeah, it's very, very interesting. I thought as this race goes on, it probably suits more into Gilbert's favour, perhaps, knowing and seeing what the kind of training she does on social media, and that is just, yeah, long, hard rides all the time. So yeah, I'd have thought it would go in her favour the longer this goes on. This is going to be a fairly long race today.
It is indeed, and that in itself as well is you know, coming into cross season, having a long race straight out of the blocks. It's what we always want, but that in itself adds a different element, isn't it? It's just keeping that and finding that endurance for the whole of the race. This battle between Fionn Gilbert and Leah Stern, they are back together. And Fionn Gilbert just edging clear, doing the right thing here, Ian, just coming straight past and just throwing down the challenge to Leah Stern.
Yeah, had the momentum from catching her, obviously feels confident, only lost the wheel through that mistake on the cambered section. So yeah, doing the right thing, I would say, just going straight to the front, taking that good confidence, good momentum. Oh, a small slip there, but just a quick foot out, dabs her way around that corner, allows Leah Stern back a little bit. So yeah, mistakes being made. This is certainly trickier than it looks on our TV screens here today.
It is indeed. And you can see Leah Stern here just trying to, and this point as well, Ian, we can just see Leah Stern just looking for those little gaps. You're just looking for that bit of daylight to open up. You're riding as close as you can to your opponent. You're just trying to just force them into those little mistakes that they can make.
Exactly that. You want to be right on the wheel for any sections that are a little bit faster, like we have here. Leah Stern going for a gel at this point, trying to get down. Not the most perfect section, of course, to try and get a gel down, but looks like she's managed it.
Indeed. And we've seen that a lot more in the last few years, haven't we? Riders that feel that they need some energy gels. Let's go on to our off camber here. Both riders, you can see Fionn Gilbert having to take that high line, drifts down, but has enough room just to drift down in front of Leah Stern. So we go back up onto the tarmac section at the top. And Gilbert just opening a little bit of a gap, forcing Leah Stern just into a little bit of a chase.
I think that was one of those moments, Leah Stern just perhaps a little bit too close to the wheel in front and just got taken down the hillside as such, just overlapped her front wheel with Fionn Gilbert's rear wheel. When Fionn went left down the hillside, kind of Leah had to go with it. If she just laid off ever so slightly and waited for that mistake, she could have taken that high line all the way along the top potentially to gain an advantage. But yeah, swings and roundabouts in terms of how close you hold that rear wheel.
Did Fionn Gilbert, as well as the gravel, medalled in the national championships in the mountain bike as well. So really mixing the disciplines. So we just see our order. So Verdonge got Gilbert Stern, Eleanor Day, Alderney Baker also moving up as well. So fourth and fifth there for Eleanor Day and Alderney Baker. So having a great day out. That's a good battle that we've got between Day and Baker there for fourth and fifth, it looks like.
Yeah, really interesting. The rider losing out today is Yinsi Peters. Yesterday's second place, not in our top five today. Alderney Baker fifth yesterday, Eleanor Day sixth. So a small shuffle around in our top 10 today.
Again, racing two cross races like this within that weekend, it has its advantages, but also has its disadvantages as well.
It's hard. It's really, really hard. You might think, it's only 50 minutes or 65 5 minutes of racing for these racers, but by the time you've done your course recce in the morning, the warm-up, the race, the warm-down, you're probably on 2.5 hours of pretty intense riding for the day. All the kind of worry and anxiety, stress that goes around a race, getting your bike set up perfectly, dialed in before the race begins, getting packed up afterwards, and trying to get to sleep that night. It really adds up to a tough weekend on the body and mind.
It does indeed. That looks like our next group. So our second group on the road is Leah Stern and Fionn Gilbert. We're getting a nod there that Lotte Bala, Jens Peters, Anna Kay, Nora Aveline and Teresa Vanikova are our next group on the road. We'll see if we get a glimpse of those when we come through the line. Onto the cobble climb for Laura Verdonschot for the penultimate time. If you are just joining us, we're on lap 6 of 7 here in the Hope Supercross from the Wyke Sports Village here in Bradford. And you can see the wind just whipping across the course. But Laura Verdonschot of the De Coyster Bouwpunk team has put on another masterful display here. Not even that crash and the bike change that she had has really eaten into her advantage that she's built out throughout this race so far today. This is the battle that we're watching for between Fionn Gilbert of Great Britain in the red, Leah Stern of Switzerland in that purple jersey on the back. So this has been throughout this one. Both riders had a slight bobble on the long off-camber bank, and both coming back together. Gilbert just glancing across there, Ian, just to keep an eye on, see where the next group are.
Yeah, I don't think they've got too much to worry about. We haven't had an official time check, but they're not in sight. These two can begin to play it a little bit canny at this point. A lap and a bit to go now. They can really begin to think about the win as such for second place. How are they going to get the better of the other rider? They know each other pretty damn well at this point. 6 of 7 laps done, and they've been locked together for the majority of that time.
And I think this finish as well, if it does come down to a sprint, first out of that final corner, would you agree?
Yeah, it's still quite away from that final corner, so I do think you do have time to come off the wheel. But in cross, 9 times out of 10, I'd say you probably want to lead out because it's short, punchy sprint to the line from that final corner. But I wouldn't write someone off if they were in second wheel, put it that way.
Laura Verdonschot on to start-finish straight here and goes through. Bell lap this time. Final lap for Laura Verdonschot here at the Hope Supercross in Bradford. Leads through. We'll keep an eye on the clock and on the chasing group behind. Again, it's gone, Ian, sorry.
Just looking at the flag, sorry, on the start-finish straight is a tailwind, so that would go in favour of someone leading out. As we see Fionn Gilbert on her own. Has she dropped Leah Stern or been dropped? This is a big moment in that race for second place here.
It is indeed. Fionn Gilbert out of that corner. Leah Stern's got some work to do. So second and third, Fionn Gilbert's just managed to distance Leah Stern. As you can see, the Swiss rider there as they go through the bell, shifts up through the gears, chasing hard here to try and get back on terms with Fionn Gilbert. So it could be a 1-2-3 alone here unless Stern can find her way back. Verdonschot, though, this has just been and for Laura Verdonschot, we call her the sand queen, don't we? She's got no sand today. It's been a masterful performance, this one.
Very, very good sand rider, as you say, but no sand to deal with today, but just a classy rider in all conditions, as we see today. 42 seconds, even with those problems that she has had today. It'd be interesting to see whether we caught on camera, perhaps, how Fionn Gilbert got away from Leah Stern, because they look so evenly matched that perhaps Leah made a mistake.
Through the pits on one side for Laura Verdonschot. And if you weren't with us early on to ride it, had to have the operation for the narrowing of the iliac arteries at the beginning of the season. And this, the way that she's ridden this weekend, both of these performances is going to give just a massive boost mentally for Laura going into the season, but also starting a little bit earlier than a lot of riders, because we do see now, because of the way the season is and riders going from the road and from gravel and other disciplines, pure cross riders like Laura have got to start here in September as early as possible, especially where she hasn't had any racing this summer.
Exactly that. She's going to get a big advantage over riders. There is racing in Belgium this weekend taking place, but the opportunity to do 4 races in a week in the UK, all based around Bradford, Wyke by Hope, put on a great series of races here. It's just a really, really good opportunity and a great way to kick off your season.
And knowing Laura, she'll also look and see what else we see her go to. We see her in Spain and Switzerland, and there's races Czech Republic as well, isn't there, as we build into that part of the season as well. So she's a real cross traveller, is Laura Vidonschot. Travels, and I think that's great for all those domestic scenes as well and different scenes around the world. When someone like Laura Vidonschot, it shows the respect that she has as well for the different cross scenes in various countries.
It's really, really important for the internationalisation of the sport that these top riders do travel to countries that perhaps, well, that aren't the Belgian and the Netherlands, and just actually go to these other series. Let the locals race them, let the fans see them in person. I'm sure Laura thoroughly enjoys racing in different countries, experiencing different cultures, and getting to travel the world racing her bike.
Indeed, and it gives opportunities for riders like Fionn Gilbert there to just see just where they are in relation to a rider that regularly podiums at the highest level throughout the season, does Laura Vidonschot, and the battle for second and third here between Fionn Gilbert and Leah Stern. It's still the British rider in the red that has got the advantage over the Swiss, but it is lap 7 as Laura Vidonschot powers through this course here at the Hope Supercross. And so it has just been so cool, so calm, so measured throughout this one. Even I mean, there's been very, very few mistakes in this race from Vidonschot.
No, just the one slip off, a couple of feet out here and there, but on the whole has been very impressive today. Just power to spare, open that gut very early, and then has just been able to manage that gap around about that kind of 35 to 45 second mark. Just, yeah, has bound to ease off now on this final lap, take it a little bit easier, make sure there's no mistakes creeping in.
And for the Belgians, it's a big season for the Belgians as well, isn't it? With Sanne Cant retiring.
Huge, absolutely huge, absolute legend of the sport on the women's side of the racing, and yeah, it just opens up that possibility of kind of firstly, well, she didn't take place for the first time in how many years at the Belgian National Championships. That opened up an opportunity, but also World Cup selections, etc. Being top Belgian is such a big thing for them, and yeah, Laura desperately wants to be that top Belgian now.
She does. She was the under-23 national cyclo-cross champion of Belgium right at the beginning of her career, and has been one of the big Belgian hopes throughout her career. And as we said, she's had 25 pro wins in many different countries, and this is one race, the Hope Supercross, that she's won on the C2 races in the past. She's had 5 wins in the Hope Supercross series as Laura Vidonschot. So it's fair to say, Ian, that she likes this series.
Yeah, it's really interesting going through the start list that how many riders are returning riders. So once they've been to this series, they come back the next year. It just goes to show how good it is for them, how to kick off their season, like we were saying.
Indeed, so our chasers, Fionn Gilbert, Leah Stern, we're not seeing at the moment as Vidonschot hits the cobblestones onto the cobble climb, and you can see just measuring the effort now on this final lap. She's built up enough of an advantage, a good enough buffer that she feels she had that tumble, and it didn't really make any dent in the gap that she had built up over Fionn Gilbert and Leah Stern. And this as well, and in this you can't ease up completely on a final lap, even with this sort of a 42 seconds advantage. But that's a decent, that's a good buffer in cross. As soon as you're up towards 45 seconds and a minute.
Yeah, that feels huge in cross terms when you're out there. You look back and you can't really see anyone in sight with that kind of margin. This has been a super, super long race for these women today, coming up to the 60-minute mark.
Wow. Yes, and you'll feel it as well in this one, especially after 2 days of racing.
Yes, it's really funny how hard the last 10 minutes used to be in the men's race for me. Going from 50 to 60 minutes really hurt that last lap and a half. And you see, I think that's really what Laura's feeling right now is that extra time on the bike today.
And it's when you, especially when you're used to racing for 50 minutes, if you start to edge it out towards that hour, it does make a huge difference. Often running through these sections, she has throughout this one, but it's a good position to be in though, Ian, on the final lap, to be able to just enjoy it as well.
Yeah, she's just trying not to make any mistakes at this point, as I said previously, through that section. Once you're off and on your feet, it's kind of no mistakes possible. Still struggling with those pedals though. Probably goes to show it was the shoes clogging up, because even after she changed bikes, she still struggled to get clipped into those fresh pedals. So definitely the shoes the problem today, and that tricky top surface just filling up around the cleats.
And is there anything that you can do to help that? Or is it just as well the case, because mud's not mud, isn't it? Mud's not sort of always the same kind of mud. But Laura Verdonschot out of that final corner, and she'll be able to enjoy this one. Laura Verdonschot makes a clean sweep this weekend. Second win of the weekend for the Belgian rider. 26th victory as a pro for De Costa Bouwpunt. Absolute masterclass you got there from Laura Verdonschot on this course. And now we'll turn our attention back to the battle for second and third. So yesterday it was Laura Verdonschot from Jency Peters, Fionn Gilbert and Leah Stern. Gilbert and Stern are going to move up in the standings, and it is the British rider. What a weekend she has had. The World Top Pack Teamer rider Fionn Gilbert comes home for second spots, takes another step up on the podium. Behind her, Leah Stern comes in for third, so finishes her weekend strongly with that ride. So coming home next, we've got Eleanor Day, is it? That's coming in behind. We'll have a look back.
Yeah, so look like Eleanor Day from Team Spectra there coming in for fourth. Alderney Baker there, fifth.
Yeah, Alderney Baker coming there. That's both great performances from both of them. And then out of that final corner, so we've got Jency Peters, Anna Kay in that next group behind. So Jency Peters coming in for the De Costa team. And then behind them as well, it's Leah Corribuff sprinting it out there. Leah Corribuff as well coming in.
Yes, there's some tight battles all the way down the field after the leading three.
And Eleanor Day and Alderney Baker, they're really strong performances from both of them.
Really strong, and they must have really picked up the pace at the end there, because initially halfway through the race they were quite a long way back, as we see the replay of Laura coming up to the line. Nice little celebration, stops the watch. As I was saying, they must have gone really quick, because they really closed down on Leah Stern in third place there on that final lap.
There's Teresa Vanikova wearing number 9 in the blue as well. We did catch a glimpse of her. But it's been a real breakthrough weekend for Fionn Gilbert. And it was, I think, for me as well, the Fionn, the way she just recovered from the that bobble that she had, and fought back to Leah Stern.
Yeah, it could have been really easy to let that kind of get to her, and yeah, let the head drop as such, but very, very strong performance. As I said, as that race went on, I did think it was going to go in her favour the longer the race that went on. So very impressive from her today. A standout ride, kind of a breakthrough ride from her on the cross bike. So looking forward to, as you said, seeing what she can do internationally, potentially. Don't know her race programme, but I'd have thought this weekend potentially will change that race programme, hopefully.
Yeah, and a performance as well. It's the points that you gain from a double weekend of podiums in a C2 and a C1 level cyclocross race that will also help if you do decide to head over to Belgium, and maybe some of the exact cross would be a good next step at the beginning of the season, just to see how she fares in those.
Exactly. Just taking these points. They got another C2 on Wednesday and a further C2 next Saturday as part of this series, 4-race series. So great opportunities. If you're in form at this race and have been lacking points, it's a really good kind of points harvest in a week.
Yeah, because you look at the way she's against Leah Stern and Laura Verdonch got there for Fionn, from what I can see, she's not really raced cyclocross out of the UK yet. So she's definitely got the skills and the engine.
She has. Yeah, definitely the engine. The skills looks like they've come on from last season. Perhaps can iron out a few little bobbles from today, but probably one of the first few sessions on the crossbike that she's probably done. So yeah, really interested to see where she can go. I hope she's listening, and I hope she kind of does do that international route, because it's a great opportunity.
Just a little debrief. Casey Iington there, and Madeline Morehouse-Smith, some of the Hope Tech Factory Racing team. Let's see. We are going to go down and hear, I believe, from our winner.
Congratulations. It's 2 wins out of 2 races. Just tell us how that one went.
Yeah, it was hard today. I had the feeling the 2 after behind me were faster than yesterday, so I had to push the whole race, and I had a small crash. And my bike didn't shift anymore, so yeah, everything is possible, but I take the win and I'm happy with it.
And obviously this is the first 2 races of the season. Coming back from injury, how are you finding yourself on the bike?
Yeah, I feel there is still a lot of work to do to conquer with the international field in Belgium, but yeah, I have still some time, and I knew I wouldn't be in a super condition now in this period. So yeah, I'm happy with what I have now, and I hope to grow every week.
And obviously we're halfway through the Hope Supercross series. There's 2 more races left to go. What are your targets for the rest of the series?
To win both. I think it's clear. I'm here to win races, and I hope to win the next 2 races also.
Well, congratulations again. Thank you very much, Laura.
She's here to win, as she said, and a really strong performance she saw. Let's go and hear from Fionn Gilbert. What a performance she put in.
Congratulations. After a podium yesterday, it's 2nd place today. I mean, how was that race for you?
Really hard today, yeah. After yesterday, just a bit leggy, not really used to racing, and the top end isn't there yet, so it's just sort of suffer around and hope for the best.
I mean, you were having an absolutely great battle with Leah Stern for most of that race. I mean, what was that like battling with her?
I mean, she's so technically strong. It was quite difficult. It's one of the areas that I struggle with the most. I knew like the first section of the course was my strongest area. Second part, I knew that I was struggling. So it was like try and get the gap on the bit where I can and hold on. So yeah.
And what was the course like today? It looked a lot slippier than it was yesterday. What was it like to ride it?
Yeah, it wasn't too bad actually. Pre-ride was super slick, and I was thinking, oh dear, it's going to be like a 15 psi kind of day. But it's dried up quite a lot. There's a few areas that you just have to be careful on. But yeah, it was actually quite predictable in the end.
And obviously 2 races left to go. It was a 3rd yesterday. It's a 2nd today. I mean, are you going to be aiming to try and be battling with Laura for the win?
No, I don't think so. She's a little out of my league. So I mean, any podium for me is amazing. It's my first UCI podium these weekends. So for cyclo-cross. So yeah, I'm super happy.
Well, congratulations, Fionn, and hopefully see you the rest of the week, rest of the season.
Yes, yeah. Thank you.
Great to hear from Fionn Gilbert, get her analysis of the race to UCI podiums. Let's go and hear from Leah Stern.
Leah, congratulations to 3rd place today. Just talk us through that race from your perspective.
About my race, yes, it was very well race. I take a very good start, not like yesterday. And after, in the second part of the race, I was a little bit more difficult for me because I have a problem with my pedal, but I think it's for all people the same thing.
And you were battling with Fionn Gilbert for a lot of that race. What was it like battling with her?
Oh, sorry, repeat.
You were battling with Fionn for a lot of that race. What was it like battling with her for 2nd place?
Oh, I am very happy with this place, and also because it's a one race, so it's important for me to be true. Yes.
Oh, well, congratulations on the podium. Hopefully, podium for the rest of the series.
Thank you. I'm not sure if I have understood. It's okay.
Sorry. No, my accent is really strong too. So
yes,
apologies.
Sorry.
No, so I'm absolutely sorry. No.
Let's have a look at our top 10. Laura Verdonschot takes it from Fionn Gilbert, Leah Stern, Eleanor Day, Aldney Baker, Lotte Byler, Jens Peters, and Nora Avelina. We got Teresa Vanikova and Anna Kay rounds out our top 10. So some really strong performances today, and good to hear from Fionn Gilbert and Leah Stern there. And Ian, in herself, Leah Stern, they're saying she had a few issues with her pedals, and we've seen that throughout today.
Yeah, as she said, it looked like a problem for everyone, just that top surface, filling up around the cleats on the bottom of the shoes and making it really, really difficult to get clipped back in after every remount. So, yeah, pretty tough conditions, but interesting that Fionn Gilbert said kind of was predictable, those conditions. So it looked like the bikes were sliding around, but in her opinion, it was kind of a predictable sliding around, which always makes it a little bit easier. But I think potentially as the riders got more tired, that's where we saw the mistakes creep in, perhaps. So interesting to hear from those riders. Good insights. Laura felt like she could build from this. In fact, all the first two felt like they could really build from this. As we go get the highlights now from that race.
Let's have a look back at the highlights of today's race. And from the start, Leah Stern got a great start, and so did Laura Verdonschot. We see Fionn Gilbert in that red jersey just moving around the outside, but it was a really strong performance from the Swiss rider throughout.
Brilliant start, hit the front. Fionn Gilbert there in second, but Laura Verdonschot there up in third straight away, and that was our top three, literally from the first corner to the finish line. They swapped positions, obviously, but shows how important a good start is in cyclocross. Getting into that good position for the first feature, which was the steps we saw here. Fionn Gilbert ran her way into the lead and straight away pressed on over the top of here, created a small gap straight away through this technical section.
Ellie Mitchinson also got a great start. You can see her there wearing number 10. Fionn Gilbert leading out, and she did build a small advantage on this opening lap, but it was that off camber, that big long off camber bank where Laura Verdonschot really kind of came into her own on this opening lap. But it was a confident start from Gilbert.
Really confident. She just seems to go into all kinds of racing and just basically hit it as hard as she can and see what happens. It's not a bad tactic, especially at the start of the season where form is a little bit unknown. She said she felt like she was lacking top end, but she didn't look like that today. The way she went out the blocks, super strong from her, and straight away Laura was onto it. She said she felt as though the first two, Fionn Gilbert and Leah Stern, were stronger today than yesterday. Perhaps that was a personal feeling because it didn't quite match up with what Fionn felt, but it was interesting that she felt perhaps a little bit more pressure today.
And when riders watch this back, you can see the way that Laura Verdonschot moved up to second, but also how much speed she carries and how late she leaves her braking.
Yeah, she seemed to close this gap down fairly comfortably, and once she hit the front, kind of the gap opened up immediately. So looked comfortable in terms of how much of an advantage she had over the other riders in the race. But yeah, interesting that probably never feels that comfortable when you're leading a race in fairly tricky conditions.
So our top three did edge clear considerably on this opening lap. Fionn Gilbert, though, can take a huge amount away from this race, as can many riders. Laura Verdonschot, she was just like lying in wait at the moment, wasn't she?
She was just sussing things out, sat in second position, having a look at the other riders. At this moment, the pace was pretty damn high, but just took up opportunity when it came in terms of hitting the front. See, it's literally lined out immediately after half a lap of racing, little gaps being created between the groups of riders already, so it shows how fast the pace was from the gun.
And the lead into this bank here, this is where we can really see the experience of Laura Verdonschot into this long bank that we can just see ahead of us. Because Fionn Gilbert immediately has to drop down to the bottom, and Laura Verdonschot is just stuck to the top like super glue. And there you have it. That was her move.
It was, just maintained that top line better and was able to carry the speed out, overtook Fionn through that section and just carried that momentum. Just a bike length or two created, and from that point she just began to extend. The pace was high. See those gaps opening up behind. I think this is where Yinsi Peters, potentially her race went south for her. She was desperately trying to close that gap on the opening lap and perhaps went a little bit too far into the red, because after that we didn't see her too much in shot. So we see that tricky cambered section once more.
This was where Fionn Gilbert had a little bobble. Quickly up and on her way though, bailed out, but it did give Leah Stern a bit of an advantage, but the Swiss rider, that's tricky off camber, would come back to bite her later on. Laura Verdonschot's crash, it meant that her gears went into crash mode, but she luckily by that point she'd built enough of an advantage.
Yeah, interesting. It did go into crash mode. In commentary, it looked like she was able to change into an easier gear, but it seemed after that they seemed to just not being able to change. So interesting that's what did happen. It looked initially like it hadn't and she'd got away with it, but yeah, she was stuck in a rather easy gear for the rest of that quarter of a lap until she got to the pits and was able to change bikes, get back onto a mechanically sound bike. But we saw through this section, as the race went on, she really kind of just took no risks needed through here, so decided to run the whole section in the end.
Yeah, and that's it. You're not going to lose any time through there by running it.
No, creating perhaps a small spike in the heart rate, perhaps, but when you've got a kind of advantage like she had, that wasn't such an issue. The issue was getting clipped back in, but there was a nice slightly downhill tarmac section where the bike rolled quite freely, where she was able to smack the shoes on the pedals to clear them out and get clipped in eventually again.
And we see here the battle, Alderney, Eleanor Day and Alderney Baker. We didn't get to see their battle, but I think they can both take a huge amount away from today as well.
both made a little step up from yesterday. Both will have collected really good points and prize money today. So a great day out for those two riders who looked like they had a great battle all the way to the end.
And they have Laura Donchcott takes her win ahead of Fionn Gilbert. And then Leah Stern comes in for third spot. So a real battle for the podiums that we had. And Eleanor Day and Alderney Baker behind, just having a real charge. They weren't far. She wasn't far off the podium there at the end as well. So, which is good to see.
No, really not. They closed down massively over the course of that last lap, those two riders. But that's what happens. The top three were kind of set. And then if they were still in a battle, they would have really closed down. Here we go with our podium.
So Leah Stern on to the podium in third. Fionn Gilbert takes second. Leah Stern in third. Races for VC Fribourg. And our winner, Laura Verdonschott of the Coaster Baupunt team. And ominously saying there, Ian, she's here to win. She's here to just take all of the points throughout this series.
Yeah, taking no prisoners. But all the riders are here to win, I'm sure. But obviously, Laura feeling a bit ruthless. Obviously come here to take 4 out of 4. Like she has done in previous years.
Yeah, I mean, as she's done before, but also it's setting her up, as we've said. So when she gets into the races to come as the season goes on, it moves her up in terms of the front row of the grid.
Exactly, as it's so important as we go up through the category of racing. So C1, second kind of highest level of racing behind the World Cup series, where Laura is very, very strong. And yeah, like you say, the gridding is so important for that.
It is indeed. We've had a lot of racing going on here today. We're going to have a look back at the junior racing that went on a little bit earlier on today. And it was Milo Wills that set off in the men's junior race, and he's had a great weekend as well as Milo Wills, and he's been looking phenomenal throughout this weekend of racing.
He certainly has. He's really stepped up this summer, riding for Techers in the Crit Series, Trinity here in the Crossfield, and yeah, won some elite Crit Series races, which is quite a standout performance for a first-year junior on the road. Moving up to second-year junior in the Crossfield, took out the World Relay Championships as part of that GB squad with a gold medal last year. So a reigning world champion in this discipline, albeit in the team relay. Took 10th in the Junior World Championships as a first year last year in tricky conditions in Louvain, France, as we see his first cross race of the season, hitting straight out for that Trinity team on those specialised bikes, and opened up a small gap over Brent Lippins almost straight away earlier today in these tricky conditions. As the women said, during warm-up it was even trickier than what their race was, so that's what the Junior Open race had to deal with today. But no problem for this man in front, Milo, just a little foot out here and there.
In his crit wins as well this summer, he's got a phenomenal finish on him as well, which, as we always said, comes from your cross-boxer tricks a lot of the time, doesn't it?
Yeah, all cross races pretty much can sprint well, and Milo's got a super fast finish on him, and he took out those wins in small group sprints, basically, as we see him up out the saddle all the way down the start-finish straight. Plenty of power to spare for that man, and as I say, opened up a gap pretty early on over Brent Lippens and kind of extended that over the course of the race. There's many battles. It was a really international field actually in the Junior Open race. Plenty of French riders coming over trying to pick up those valuable points, but it was that man on our screens, Milo, leading the way almost flag to flag.
Yeah, Milo Wheels was leading Brent Lippens. We had a good battle as well. We had Luke Trafford sat in third spot. He would eventually round out the podium. And then Jacob Steed, we had from France, 3 French riders, Jean Gallard, Lucas Boulteau and Loris Bühler, all up there in the top 10 as well. Matteo de Klerk was up there as well. Joseph Raffo from Great Britain and Malo Sura. But as you said, Ian, a really international field. But this bodes well for this. You can see the next group of riders going through all quite closely packed together. A very interesting and exciting time for British cross racing. Look at how Milo's attacking these races. Another rider that's going to be interesting to watch internationally this winter.
Yep, got a big international program on the books, being helped by the GB squad. He's obviously, got his eyes firmly set on European Championships, World Cups and World Championships. So these points are really, really important for his gridding for those bigger races coming up. So those starts, super important for him, but getting into a good position in those international races. See his dad there in the yellow coat in the pits, doing a great job, but no need for the pits today. Another standout ride, that rider in third place today, Luke Trafford. He's a first-year junior. He took out the under-16 series last year in the UK, but to be able to step up and immediately go onto the podium in the junior category, another standout performance from him.
Yeah, big, good ride. And for the juniors, so the juniors, they've got their Junior World Cup, and as Ian said, Europeans, World Championships as well, that they can step into. It is good that we get the Junior World Cups as well. Gives them a real benchmark, and the other series as well that go out through the winter in terms of the junior races.
Yep, they have kind of a shortened World Cup. They don't have a junior open race at all of the World Cups, but yeah, a selected few to allow these junior riders to come together before kind of the European Championships, before the World Championships, and have all the best riders at the same races. And that's what Milo's going to be absolutely focusing on. You see every opportunity up out the saddle, putting speed into that bike and carrying it into these technical sections. A very good technical rider. Said after the race yesterday that he felt like he was still struggling a little bit technically, but hopefully today was another opportunity to get used to those new bikes. You see, didn't quite manage to get on that high line, but still carried the momentum and rode up out of there pretty well.
Yeah, you just saw that. You can see the kind of stutter as their riders there, just trying to hold that high line. Brent Lippens behind him.
Yeah, you've almost got to check your speed to get onto that high line. They're carrying so much speed in that they just flew straight down to the bottom, having to turn too tight on that camber to hold that top line. But it'd be interesting to see on the next few laps whether he did kind of change tactic ever so slightly and managed to maintain that one.
It's what for Brent Lippens behind him though. It's one of his sort of best races as a cross rider as well. He hasn't had a huge amount of cross results, so it's good to see him up here in the way that he's riding as well.
Yeah, no, it's the junior category is when riders can really come to the fore, and maybe potentially before this more road focused or mountain bike focused, and then in the junior years that's when you kind of can really decide where you're going to perhaps potentially take the next few years more seriously. Cross works out pretty well in terms of if you're still at school, obviously exams all taking place in the summer, mainly in the UK, so it can be a good time to focus on cross and just train through that exam period through the summer, and then really focus on your racing and your traveling heavy period during the winter, then back off again for your exams, your A-levels in that second year. So it's not a bad opportunity if you've got focuses elsewhere. As we see Milo carrying really good speed round into the planks, up over these, great bunny hopper of the bike, maintains good momentum off that second one and on his way.
Yeah, great speed through the bunny hops there, through the planks for Milo Wills. And this, when we look at it and we look at the graph, this is only lap 2.
Yes, yeah, immediately opening that gap. Interesting, Jenti Mikkel's on the sidelines watching one of the riders that Milo actually got the better of at those elite crit series races. So yeah, very interesting and exciting times on the road for Milo this summer, and looks like he's carried it straight into the cross season, riding some nice lines. See they're flowing nicely round on the outside, late apex cutting across that racing line to try and maintain as much grip as possible. Green is grip, remember, in cross.
It is. That's what you're looking for. So a great junior race that we had. Milo Wheels really leading out from the gun in this one today. And with this Trinity Cross team, this is the team that they built around Tom Pidcock. So he's got some good backup technically and from that team.
Yeah, they've always supported basically the best cross riders in the country. The Seb Grindley, the Amy brothers, a lot of big names have come through that Trinity setup over the years, and I think Milo's just kind of the next name on that list to go through that team. You see great technique around the outside, cuts across, late apex, maintains that grass through that cambered section. You see him trying to get outside to inside on the exit. There's no point trying to put the power down when you're on that mud in a straight line. Even in a straight line, that rear wheel is going to spin up with the amount of power that these riders are putting out. So yeah, just trying to maintain that grass line. You see working really, really hard in these technical sections to maintain that momentum.
Milo Wills powering on to it. Just having a look back at our junior men's race earlier on today, and you'll get a glimpse, a good look at a lot of the racing. And went on in this one. We've just seen Laura Verdonschot leading from the opening lap in the elite women's race, and Milo Wills in the junior open race, really showing his strength, technique. Reading here for the Trinity Cross team, and they were fairly well packed behind the rest of the race.
They were, and that's kind of the great thing about cyclocross is even if you're new to the sport and you turn up to your local event, you will probably find someone your level that you can have a good little battle, a good little race with. And as you see here, such is the talent and closeness of the racing that no matter where you are in the race, you're down for a good battle for the whole 40 minutes of racing.
They are indeed. At this point, you can see Milo Wills just taking this course in his stride. And the chase up behind Brent Lippens. It was close, but it's one of those agonizing positions as a cross rider, isn't it? You just see Milo looking across. And the gap held pretty steady throughout this one, and it meant that Milo could, as we see him sprinting out of every single turn, at every single twist and turn, he just could not let up at all.
It's so difficult once that gap's gone, because then you've got to go so much faster to close it. Like a 5-second difference in terms of lap on this course is relatively big, and so when a rider gains 20-30 seconds like Milo did, it's so difficult to you just have to chip away at it. You're not going to take 20 seconds in a lap out of someone. You just have to take kind of 3 or 4 seconds every lap to bring something down. But if you've lost 20-30 seconds in the first place, then that's going to be very, very difficult. So once those gaps are gone, it is tricky to close anything down without a mistake from another rider.
Yeah, so it just went and held lap 3. You can see here from Milo Wills of Trinity Racing Cross. As you mentioned, Tom Pidcock, this team built around Tom Pidcock. We've seen many riders coming through this team. And there was Brent Lippens just being able to look across at the leader. But this is a confident start to the cross season as well for Milo Wills.
Yeah, I'd expect nothing less from him. Very confident rider. Little hand signal to the pit crew, whether that was going to change next time round, or yeah, everything's all good. I'm going to keep going. I'm interested to see whether we see that on the highlights, whether he did change bikes, not quite happy with the tyre pressures or the tyre tread chosen, or perhaps just wanted, as I spoke about in the women's race, just getting a fresh set of tread underneath you so it isn't filled up, clogged up with mud. Makes a massive difference in terms of the grip levels.
Does. And Milo Wills took yesterday's round one ahead of Luke Trafford and Brent Leapens. So was chasing his second win of the weekend for the 17-year-old British rider. As Ian said, he had some elite wins on the road this season. The Canyon Guildford Crit, that he took a victory in that one. And again, you never want to draw comparisons, but as 17, you know, we were seeing Tom Pidcock winning races, and he was lucky he had the Tour Series when he was coming through as well.
Yeah, it's hard not to make comparisons at this point when a first-year junior is winning Elite Crit Series races. It's you kind of look back at the history books to see who actually was of that level at that age, and kind of the only rider that you come back to is Tom Pidcock. So yeah, not to add too much pressure to Milo's broad shoulders. I'm sure he can handle it. As you see today, just first cross races of the year, immediately straight out, super confident, riding super technical, really well. Hasn't done too many cross sessions. We've had him doing maybe 4 or 5 to this point, and immediately up to speed off road.
And what are you doing in those cross sessions?
Beasting him. No, I'm joking. So yeah, a lot of the time it's working on the skills, a lot of sprint work, a lot of specific kind of overgeared work without giving too much away, and then eventually putting that all into kind of a little circuit where we'll practice different things, dismounting, remounting at race pace, and some race pace efforts normally to finish things off to get the riders up to speed for these 40-60 minute races.
Yeah, it's good to know they're going on, because in Belgium and the Netherlands, they're this sort of secret training, isn't there? you got to have the, you get invited to the secret club, and they go on it. Is it every Wednesday, the cross sessions over in Belgium?
Yeah, pretty much. Every Wednesday, most of the teams will meet up to do a group cyclo-cross session. It's the best way to train like a little group environment that really pushes each other on. So the other week down at Cyclo Park, Wednesday evening, every Wednesday evening they hold an adults and under 23 and selected junior session, and I went along and took that one for them. So we had the likes of Milo, the Amy brothers, Luke Gibson, Peggy Knox will go along to that as well. So just a class kind of training group that really push each other on in that group dynamic with the Cyclo Park course there that has loads of cambers, loads of corners set up already, and it's just a fantastic environment. It's where all of these young kind of southeast London riders came through, honing their skills. As you see, Milo just taking no risks at this point. It's got a decent gap, so not bunny hopping at this point.
It's good to know. And Cyclo Park's in Kent. And we have a great cross course, and we have a great cross course there as well.
Yep, held the national championships there last year, taking a year off from holding a national standard event there this year, but we'll hold, I think, the regional championships there. So yeah, supporting cross year on year, basically with the organising crew there, and weekly cross sessions on a Tuesday for the under 16s, under 12s, and then Wednesdays for the adults. So plenty going on supporting the cross scene there.
And crosses for we see Milo at 17 and youngsters coming through. It's a great sport that you can cross over as well from other disciplines of cycling, but also from other sports. If someone's a youngster and they're a good runner and coming into cross with great running skills as well is also a good sort of grounding in the sport.
It's just a fantastic way to get into the sport of cycle racing. It's just a fun, safe environment. You can train off-road. You don't need to be training on the road at a very young age. And if you fall off, 9 times out of 10 it's your fault and you don't hurt yourself. And the skills as you're seeing here, the bike sliding around underneath Milo, the power output that you need just to get around one of these courses is a good workout. The explosiveness that very often wins road races is kind of the norm for a cross rider. As you see, great technique through these corners, maintaining momentum out of that section. And it's just, for me, if you grow up doing cross, you just come out of it a well-rounded bike rider, ready to go into any discipline.
And we saw the way Milo was attacking the cobble climb there, and we see it throughout the career of, when you look at Mathieu van der Poel on the road and what he does, and that sort of explosive finish that he has on those little climbs and the way he's going away, and you're seeing that already, that sort of skill set being built here for Milo.
Precisely. It's those race-winning moves in road racing that are very similar kind of power outputs that what you do in a cross race on a regular basis. He actually said yesterday he felt like the course kind of held him back a little bit, and he couldn't really feel like he got the power out. And I said to him, just when you get to a hard section, just make sure you're going really, really hard. And it looks like he's taken that on board today, because every opportunity he's up out the saddle, giving it absolute full gas. And then, very, very similar to Laura in the women's race, that they're of the ability that doing this technical section here, kind of jogging through it, he will be ever so slightly recovering, ready for that next really, really hard section.
Yeah, and again, you see their way there, just sort of slinging the bike around. One hand on the brake lever, one hand on the course bike, and just keeps the speed, keeps the momentum, and the bike almost carries you around a lot of the time.
Yeah, kind of using it as a weight almost to swing round next to you, in front of you, to drag you almost round the corner, and pivot using that hand on the inside post, as we see round there, onto the start finish straight to complete another lap for Milo.
Yeah, so if you're just joining us, welcome aboard. It's the Hope Supercross today. We've just had the elite women's race. We're just looking back at the junior open category earlier on today. Milo Wills of Trinity Cross. He won the race yesterday and was holding an advantage over Brent Liepens of Belgium, and just constantly attacking this course here in Bradford. And an impressive ride from the British rider. And a good start to cross season for many. Cameron Annable there. But Milo Wills leading out for Trinity Cross. And it can as well, for cross riders, just having this double week, this whole week in fact, but double weekend of racing just back to back, it just helps you find that cross mojo very quickly again.
It certainly does. As I said, Milo said yesterday, it just didn't feel quite on it technically yesterday, so today's just another opportunity to train, hone those skills. Like all these riders, I'm sure, even if you've been on it absolutely with all the cross sessions in the world, it is different racing full gas for 40 minutes while trying to do these technical skills under the pressure of a race with a number pinned to your back. It is different, and like you said, it gets you up to speed. These 4 races in 7 days, just such a good opportunity being put on by Hope for all the UK riders, but also very, very popular, especially this race with the international field. A lot of French riders coming over and riding this series. We saw there actually a bike change for second place Brent Liepens, whether that was a problem or just fresh tread, fresh pedals needed, but one of the few bike changes that we've actually seen today.
So Brent Liepens here, putting in one of his strongest performances as well. This will give him huge confidence on Team Kirkens Boyset. Just the Belgian rider, just having a glance across just to see where those riders are behind him. And this is on day 2, so some interesting riders getting up there into the top 10 as well. Good to see Matteo de Klerk getting up there as well. Matteo used to do all his course ride videos. He does a lot of technique stuff as well. He's a very interesting young rider to follow on Instagram. He's been doing a lot of kind of how to bunny hop and loads of stuff as well. He's quite a character, isn't he, Matteo de Klerk?
He is, yeah. Anyone on Instagram that has ever watched a cyclocross video has probably had one of his videos thrown their way through the algorithm, because very popular videos with technique mainly, but also course previews. Yeah, real kind of content creator from the cyclocross world. There we see Luke Trafford for the first time in 3rd place. He was 2nd yesterday. He's a first-year junior, moving up from the under-16s, obviously last year. Perhaps just, yeah, being that little bit younger, perhaps finding day 2 a little bit tougher to carry that form through into day 2. But yeah, very, very impressive still as a first-year junior.
It's a learning process, isn't it, when you've got 2 tough races in 2 days, because it's not just the race, but it's the recovery afterwards, your food, your nutrition, your hydration, everything that goes into doing 2 big back-to-back races.
Precisely, and it's potentially the first time he's raced back-to-back. I know the younger riders were racing on different days at the national trophies last season, but so potentially an opportunity to do a local race the next day, but probably more often than not didn't. So for a lot of these riders, it is the first time of racing cross races back to back, and it is challenging. It is hard work racing full gas for 40 minutes back to back days.
And it can be tricky as well if you've got new bike sponsored, new tires, and everything like that as well. Because as you get better, you start to pull in sponsorships. So you may have been riding what you want before because it's been funded by team parents. But then you start to get into team sponsors, and that also comes with its challenges coming into a season.
Yeah, it does. Milo on Trek bikes last year, Specialized this year, hasn't had them for a crazy long period of time to get used to them, and they will handle slightly differently. And when you're kind of elite level, just small changes in geometry, small changes in position can really kind of feel it in the technical sections. So yeah, it's a great opportunity to get up to speed with that new equipment, like you say, probably new shoes, potentially new tubulars underneath you, new wheel sets. It all adds up to kind of a different package underneath you as a rider. So yeah, getting up to speed with all those changes is super important before the season.
And a lot of it is it angles, length of top tubes, and everything that the design that goes into the bike that can just make it feel completely different from what you rode before.
Yeah, slightly different head angles, fork rake, etc. How long the rear stays are, how low the bottom bracket is. All these bikes will be slightly different. See Brent Lippen's on the Stevens, a very traditional cyclocross geometry, kind of not really a sloping top tube like the Specialized, and so yeah, just handles all slightly differently basically.
So Milo Wheels, Brent Lippen's, Luke Trafford was our top 3, and you can see behind, as we mentioned, fairly evenly matched in terms of the groups behind. We'll keep a real eye now on Brent Lippen's going into the Exact Series, the X2O and Super Prestige, as well as World Cups.
Absolutely, he's definitely thrown his hat in the ring as such in terms of this performance. Not too far off Milo in terms of time on this course. It's probably one of those courses that keeps people together a little bit more than perhaps a really challenging physical World Cup or international style course, but still it's definitely a step in the right direction for Brent.
So we'll take as well big huge amount of confidence out of this one. This is, as we said, you can see the various groups behind, very close a little close together. You're all coming together in that chasing group, just trying to find your way through. It's what we affectionately call the sledgehammer pass, isn't it?
Shoving it up the inside. Yeah, you tend to get quite a bit of close racing in the juniors, shoulder to shoulder, and yeah, no inch given at this level of racing.
So lap 4 of 5. If you're just tuning in, welcome aboard. This is the Hope Supercross from the Wyke Community Sports Village here in Bradford, and we're looking back at highlights of this morning's Junior Open race. Milo Wills going for his second win of the weekend here in the Hope Supercross, and great race that he had put in. And you find as well, don't you, Ian, as juniors, that you see juniors take massive leaps quite quickly when they come into a season.
At this age, they're kind of growing and developing so quickly. It can go one or two ways when someone has a bit of a growth spurt. If the strength comes with it, then they develop really quickly and the power output shoots up. But sometimes also at the same time, someone can grow and that strength almost doesn't come with it at the same time. And so they can struggle for a period of time, almost like out of the blue, can't really understand it, and then eventually that strength on the bike catches up with that growth spurt, and then you see like a really big jump in performance. It's a key period of time that different riders develop at different rates. Some come in super strong to the junior category and you feel like they don't really develop through the junior category, and then they really kick on in the under 23s, and other riders come into the junior category almost still children, and they leave it men, so can really make a big difference in those 2 years.
And you must have to be as well really careful as a coach and as an advisor in terms of the training that they do. And sports science has moved on, and there's been a lot of changes and developments in terms of the coaching of juniors, especially when you probably look at things like strength and conditioning and weight training and stuff like that, which, you know, years and years ago was always frowned upon as juniors, but that's changed as well.
It has, and yeah, just not coaching them like little adults, just treating them individually is the big key to it, and yeah, understanding that they actually can take on quite a bit of training. As long as they're taking on the training and developing from it, then absolutely throw what you want at them in terms of the strength and conditioning, the hours on the bike. But the big key to training anyone, but particularly youngsters, is listening to their feedback and them being honest about how they're feeling on the bike, because tiredness is only so good from training if you rest and recover from it, rather than just keep getting tired. No one gets better from just getting tired.
Yeah, that's a really interesting point. And Milo, we can see on this one, as well as a cross rider, it's developing that sort of fatigue resistance in a way as a long race goes on, especially if you kind of lead it pin to pin like this.
Yeah, you saw through that section, it wasn't really in control of kind of his cadence. It was being like given to him from the terrain and the gearing on the bike, and he was having to push whatever it was out of that corner in terms of torque in the gear he was in. And so yeah, strength is super important for cross, and something that we work on quite a bit in terms of cadence ranges, and being strong across a wide cadence range is really important for cross, but also that transfers really well to the road racing and the crit racing.
So final lap in the junior men's race. This took place earlier on today, and you can see Milo just glancing across the course, just keeping an eye on where his nearest opponent is. So Milo Wills of Trinity Cross, and you can see throughout this one, Ian, that he's definitely taken the feedback on board, because he's just in and out of every turn, just straight back onto the gas.
Yeah, you see through that technical part, relaxing, having a look back, seeing where Brent Lippens is in that second place. We see tries to go for that high line, but drops down once more. But carrying good speed through the section, so yeah, no real issue. It just looked like early on in the day that was a lot trickier to get into that high line. See coming round to complete that final lap.
And there's a lot of the time you're looking for a groove that's that's being cut, that's not too wide, if there's one there at all, because you're seeing that off camber bank is just you try and pick that high line and it's just catapulting you down to the bottom.
Yeah, probably felt like he was having to scrub too much speed to get onto that high line, so opting to just carry good speed in. As we see, that bank was tricky to ride yesterday, looks a little bit tricky to ride today. Up and over it though. Well aware of his race situation.
Yeah, takes it well in his stride. And again, in this is the part of the learning process of not relaxing too much, and then you start to make little unforced mistakes.
Yeah, he's got bigger races to come in terms of his season, in terms of World Cups, Euros, Worlds, so has to keep pushing all the way to the ends of these races. See there, back wheel drifting as he comes out of there, but he was on the pedals, so in control of that slide. He could back off and bring that back wheel back into line, but just kept on the gas, kept it driving out of that corner. Really nice to see.
It's a bit of a counterintuitive skill, isn't it, as a cross rider, is pedaling through a slide.
Yes, it's like go-karting or on a motorbike. You get on the gas if you want to get out of trouble, basically. So there's nothing worse than a vehicle sliding and you having no input to that vehicle. So in go-karting and motorbike riding, yeah, if you're on the gas and it's sliding, you're in control of it. And it's exactly the same in cyclocross. If you're pedaling and the back wheel steps out, you're in control of it. Whereas if you're freewheeling and the wheels begin to slide, then it means you're probably going to have to do something about it. You're not in control of it at that point.
Yeah, so if in doubt, pedal it out, as we say.
Exactly.
And green is grip, and you can see Milo Wills here just searching for the green on these up and down these banks, which are also as well, when you get a course like this, we used to have one at Thruxton and up and down the banks, and it was always it's a tough, way tougher than it looks in terms of sort of the control that you need.
Yeah, how much power you're putting out across these cambers is really important. You can't just stamp on the pedals across them because you'll lose the rear wheel. So being delicate in terms of that power output through the cambers and picking the right line, braking at the right points, braking in here, coming down here, probably off the brakes at this point because he wants to speed up out of the corner. So yeah, a lot to think about, but at this level, you're just kind of doing it without thinking. That's where you have to get to in international standard of cyclocross. You can't be thinking about gear changes, thinking about braking. You've just got to do it autonomously.
But really, it's great that we're getting to see the pretty much the whole junior men's race here, and Milo, the way he's attacking these cobblestones. Are we going to see him in Koppenberg or any races like that? I'd be interested to see him on that sort of course as well.
Yeah, I don't think Koppenberg's on the list for him this year, but plenty of other international races is. So you will see him on your screens and on the international stage very soon.
Yeah, because that Koppenberg, when we look back through the history of the junior one there, Thomas Mean won it as well. In his career, it was where we really sort of first start sort of him coming through again against a big field of Belgians. But Milo Wills attacking past the pits, and a double weekend, and two great performances to me, and to come away from a weekend with a double win as well. That's a big chapeau to that one.
Very successful weekend for Milo. Also Brent Lippens in second today, third yesterday, and then Luke Trafford swapping with Brent Lippens, but also picking up valuable points this weekend.
Yeah, really, really important weekend. You can see here, as we've said, just using the bike's momentum just to get round that. It looks fairly savage when you do that to your bike, but it has a purpose.
It does, as long as you're not too aggressive and the chain kind of gets kicked off. But actually, when you watch the rear wheel, fairly smooth going. But yeah, kind of that technique that we saw from Van der Poel a few years that all these young riders probably watched and have taken on now and using themselves.
And you can see they're just trying to wipe some of the mud off the pedals. Takes that opportunity there just to have a big glance back over the shoulder just to see where his nearest rival is heading towards the finish. But if the race wins over the summer in the criteriums was anything to go by, this is a big start to the winter for the Trinity Racing cross rider. Milo Wills takes his second win of the weekend, the 17-year-old British rider. Another great performance from him to take the Junior Open race. And it was around 21 seconds in the end was the gap back to Brent Liepens with Luke Trafford, Jacob Steele, Ewan Gallard, Lucas Bulto, Loris Bula, Matteo de Klerk, Josef Raffo, and Malo Suura, the top 10. Really international top 10, Ian. Great to see so many riders coming over and taking the journey.
An awful lot of French riders, Belgians in there, obviously British riders as well. Milo, Luke Trafford, Jacob Steed. Yeah, all the way down there. So really, really good to see this Hope Supercross series being well attended from an international field.
Yeah, hopefully it will grow and grow. But great to see and Hope, such a big supporter of cyclocross. They have been so much over the years, and a great course that we've had. And we've also had the junior women racing today, and that was also another really strong performance. And it was Peggy Knox who again went pretty much pin to pin, and she is another real rising star of British cyclocross.
She certainly is. Vicious fellow rider, another Southeast London rider. Yeah, has been very, very good for a number of years. Took the under-16s title twice, which is pretty rare. I think only potentially Zoe Baxter's done that before, and already moving up into the junior category for Peggy, straight to the front of this race. Another rider that's going to be kind of targeting those international races, already been on a GB training camp as an under-16 and on the GB training camp at the start of this season. So yeah, plenty of confidence from her, and great to get off to a win yesterday, and then today seeing these highlights, already a gap very, very early on in the race.
She's already had a win this winter as well, the London and South East League in Stammer Park in Brighton. It's a great course, Stammer Park. And as well, she's got so many riders to look up to and follow in the wheel tracks of Anna Kay, Zoe Backstead, just to name just a couple. Helen Wyman, of course, our fabulous colleague that we have in commentary a lot. But yeah, really, really big. And technically as well, we watch Peggy and technically, again, really, really, really strong technically.
She is another one of those riders that's grown up riding at Cycler Park, riding the London League Series, and just, yeah, racing week in, week out, has really honed those cross skills. And we're seeing kind of those coming to fruition in both these junior races today. Those riders doing those regular off-road sessions, coming to the fore in these slightly tricky conditions.
So she was up against, it was a small junior women's field, so give a shout out to some of the other riders that were in the race. Poppy Spencer from Shibden Cycling Club, Elsie Haygarth was in there from the Hope Tech Factory Racing Team, Iris Gray from Live Cycling, Georgia Mahoney was in there from Mag Speed. If you like a podcast, Georgia Mahoney does a great podcast. Isla Pattinson, Exact Power versus Energy. Isabel Dalglish was in there from Cogset Papyrus Racing Team. Katie Colling from Shibden Cycling Club. Alicia Reynolds and Nicole Anderson of Hayton Hawks. That was our top 10, but a strong field. And Peggy Knox out there. The Vicious Velo team, I have to give a shout out though, Ian, to the Vicious Velo team. I do think they have, it's one of my favourite kits in cycling. It's very, very cool. It's great to see them at the front. They've really found a real superstar with Peggy Knox.
They certainly have. Yeah, it's great, that kit. The punk-themed team, Vicious Fellow, is yeah, quite a few characters within that team. A big kind of London and South East scene. It's great that kind of Peggy's still riding for them at this level and showing that kit off in front of an international standard field.
But what's also important for riders coming through like Peggy as well, and that's the beauty of cross, isn't it? A lot of the time is that you can stay with your club, and the backup that Vicious Fellow have given Peggy throughout from when she started, and you can fly that flag and add sponsors in as you go as a junior.
Precisely, and yeah, she's got some individual sponsors along the way. I know Challenge tyres support her very well. So yeah, when you're riding for a club, you can almost set up your own little gig as such with the sponsors around you. So get almost like the perfect equipment that you actually want to use. I mean, sometimes you can turn professional. The team might have a sponsor of shoe or something that perhaps you don't actually really get on with. So sometimes as a junior, you can just really set up exactly what you want to use. So yeah, can often be in a great position when you're of such a high standard and can kind of get the sponsors that you really want on board.
But it's also a testament to clubs, and clubs have a lot of experience, don't they? And sometimes we see riders, and hats off to Peggy for sticking with, staying with her club, because sometimes, teams appear and the grass is always greener, and a lot of the time it's not the case. You'll have riders within Vicious Velo that have been racing cross for years, that the sessions that she's doing at Cyclo Park with the likes of you as well. It's that's worth its weight in gold.
Exactly, and yeah, turning up to those local races, she always has teammates there, and I'm sure she rides the course with them and get little tips and tricks perhaps from those more experienced riders. So yeah, like Peggy's 16 and obviously very, very high standard of rider at an international level, but still with cross you never stop learning. Even when I was kind of 36 years of age racing, I was still going to new courses and learning small new things, and the way the sport has developed over the years, it's just, you do kind of never stop learning, because you almost never ride the perfect race. There's always going to be a slip here or a slip there. We saw in the women's race, Lara won with a crash, so it wasn't a perfect race. So it's not like many sports where you can almost have a perfect day out. There's always something probably where you feel like you could have improved, just dropped a little bit low there and didn't carry quite as much momentum around there. So yeah, kind of even at this level with this commanding lead that she had, it's kind of a great opportunity to develop those skills further.
Is indeed. And Peggy Knox from Vicious Velo leading out from the start, and a double weekend like Milo Wills as well, just starting. I mean, to take wins 2 and 3 of her winter already is brilliant.
It is flag to flag both days. So yeah, a great way to step up to that junior category. It's not easy stepping up from the under 16s into juniors. You can be kind of 15 years of age when you go up into juniors, racing nearly 18-year-olds. So quite, as I said earlier in the junior open race, it's kind of that time where you can really, really develop as a human. And yeah, you can kind of really make huge steps in this category.
And she'll be another one that'll be interesting to watch internationally and see how she goes this year as well. So just you can see that off camber. It's going to be interesting to see how that one rides as the throughout the afternoon as it changes, because this course has changed and evolved as the day has gone on. But Peggy Knox, I think she as well had a bit of came back from broke a wrist at the end of last season. I seem to remember was like one of the local races. I think she had a bit of an issue at the back end of the year, but she's had a phenomenal season on the road as well. She's been winning pretty much all summer.
She has. She went to the European Youth Olympics, represented GB there in the time trial and the road race. Has a very strong summer under her belt, and once more one of those riders that's bringing that form straight into the cross season. Had a little break after those Olympic Championships, and yeah, just great to see another young British rider really stepping up in the female category. Like you said, we've got such good history in that category. So yeah, like you said, following the footsteps of Zoe Backstead, more recently Imogen Wolf, Kat Ferguson, etc. So yeah, looking to Peggy to continue kind of flying that flag on an international level, like you say.
I don't think we make enough of the Youth Olympics in terms of the attention and the focus, because they're really, really important. And the junior racing, I mean, I was really lucky a few weeks ago. I was over in Appledore. I was commentating at the Junior World Track Championships, and it's just junior racing's just something special in the way that it's raced as well.
It really is. I went to the Youth Commonwealth Games, and actually my mum was having a clear out of the loft not that long ago, and kind of the manual, the English manual cropped up somewhere, and I had to look through it. Amazing to see the names that went to that competition that turned pro eventually, the likes of Ian Stannard, Ben Swift, etc. And then even in the other sports, Jess Ennis-Hill was in there. It was just, nostalgia. But it was amazing that even at that age, the majority of names in that little booklet went on to very, very big things.
They did, and what an absolute masterclass Peggy Knox put out, and she took that victory. Really strong race from Peggy Knox to take down ahead of Isla Patterson and Katie Colling. We are not far away now from the elite men's race.
Welcome back to live coverage of the Hope Supercross. I'm still joined by Jente Mikkels. Jente, how's it going?
Yeah, all good. Enjoying what I'm doing right now.
Yeah, enjoying the racing as well. We've had the women's racing. Incredible day. We've now got the elite men who'll be facing this circuit in a few minutes. So Jente, talk us through yesterday's racing. It was pretty tight. How did that pan out, and what are we expecting to see today?
Yeah, it was really quite a close race, and really full race until the finish line, and I think we'll see today again the same. There are a lot of really good riders who are on the same level, and it's hard to really make an advantage on this course and ride away from other strong riders. But yeah, yesterday was a really nice race to watch for the spectators, and I think the riders also. I spoke with a few after the race, and they really enjoyed it, and they are excited for today.
Yeah, and part of that is the course design. We watching the racing happening yesterday. We saw, even riders like Oscar Amy, who's just come out of the junior ranks, up there and fighting for the win. Part of that's down to the race design and the race course design is a little bit different. So talk us through that. What are the riders going to be seeing on the course today that maybe is a little bit different to what they're used to?
Yeah, I think today it will be a little bit more slippery and a little bit more technical. So I think maybe, let's say the time gaps will be a little bit more today, because it won't be that close racing. It will still be close, but not like yesterday. And yeah, like it's a really hard race, and I feel like as a young rider, like Oscar Amy, who did really amazing yesterday, I think it's a perfect course for him to really get into the rhythm, and yeah, I think we'll see a bit the same.
Yeah, and we saw at the end of yesterday's race, when it had kind of, you had the race panning out, suddenly like the heavens opened, the rain came pouring down, and we're forecast for some more rain today. How's that going to affect it? What's going to happen if that comes before the race versus it happening during the race like yesterday?
Yeah, I think when, I think everyone did course practice now, and I think when the rain would fall before the race, everyone will panic and still change the tires, and I think then it will be a really hard race, because it is really draggy. Like, it's a common English race. It's really hard underground. It's not what we often face in Belgium, so I think when it really will be slippery, it will be quite big time gaps, and then I think still the same riders will come to the front, like Kina, Jorben and Oscar Remy, and I hope for the Northeast fans that Thomas Main will be also back up there.
Yeah. Hopefully, you know, bearing in mind it's the Hope Supercross, Thomas is there on the Hope Factory Racing team. You know, we're hoping to see him back at the front of the race. So in the meantime, we're going to catch up with the winners from yesterday and see what they had to say after the race.
With Thomas in the start, and I took the first place in the first corner, and I ride the whole first lap with a high pace. That the peloton was a little bit stretched out. Yeah. So when we came on the technical part, then I have hold the road for myself. So and then I push every lap a little bit, and then the third guy, who was third today, I let him ride on the road, so the other riders need to take over and close the gap, and then I took the third place, and I sit there a little bit until the technical part here, and then I take the lead until the end, and I'm really happy.
As a time you were in a group of three with Jorben, your team, and Oscar Remy, who's third.
Yeah.
Do you always think, let's just let that group settle and then you would attack from the group, or were you quite confident that you'd be able to break away?
I was not really confident. It is my first race of the season, so I don't know how the shape was, but the shape is really good. So I use the technical part, the barriers, to always have a little adventure, and then to always ride a little bit away. So.
And the last lap, the rain came down really heavily. How did that influence how you rode that last lap?
It was really slippery. I was riding with Grifo, and here in the technical part, I was really slippery. I lose my pedals, but I managed to get safe to the end.
You said you got here yesterday and you were on the motorway using your rollers. What happened there?
We were riding, and it was like 160k from here, and it was a big accident, 1k in front of us, and we were blocked for more than 2 hours, and I was a little bit boring. So I take my rollers out of the camper and my bike, and I was riding on the highway on the rollers. So I need to do something, because otherwise it was too late to ride on the rollers and to see the track. I think I ride 30 minutes on the rollers, and it was that. So, but I'm really happy that I make it off today.
Oh, congratulations, and
thank you, Mark.
Hope you see you on the podium again, rest of
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Oscar, Amy, here in Wyke, head of the Hope Supercross series. How much are you looking forward to the 4 races?
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to them. I did well last year. I think even better this year, racing with the elite men, and I'm really excited for it. Yeah.
As I say, that you say that step up from juniors into the under 23s elite men. How much are you looking forward to that sort of another level of competition?
Yeah, I am, to be honest. I think last year I went quite well as a junior, but I'm really looking forward to getting in with the big lads. There's some pro guys here, I think, this weekend, so I'm looking forward to seeing how I'll measure up against them.
Yeah, I was going to say, obviously you've got the elite of sort of the British riders, and obviously you've got quite a few Belgians who've come over as well. I mean, yeah, it must be a great comparison for you to be able to compare yourself to.
Yeah, definitely. I think we've obviously got Tom, who's he's been around for years now, but I think it'd be good to finally race him, and then got some. I'm not sure who's here from. I mean, someone from Pal Sal's and a couple guys. So
yeah, I'm
looking forward to seeing how I'll match up against them.
And obviously we catch you doing a couple of practice laps. How are you finding the course?
Yeah, I really like it. It's quite. I mean, it rained a second ago, so it got a little bit slippy, but I think it's drying back out again now. So I think, yeah, it'll be good.
Obviously Saturday was dry. Sunday, the forecast is for a lot of rain. Would you prefer it to be dry? Would you rather it be muddy, or are you sort of happy to see what comes?
I don't mind it being a bit wet as long as it's not like too slow. I quite like a fast course, but I don't think it will get too like boggy here, so I reckon it'll be good.
So Jens, we just heard from Kenai and Oscar. It's a pretty tough race yesterday. I think Oscar is incredibly surprised maybe to be up there fighting for the win. Do we think he could go one better if the racing pans out for him, or is Kenai just a step above right now?
Yeah, I mean, it's really nice to see a young rider up front in a race like this, and I think maybe when it's gonna rain just before the race, it's only in the advantages of Oscar Amy, because he's a really technical rider. I saw him last year in the junior race. I think he was one of the most technical riders, so I think when that will happen, he might close the gap to the front and really can battle for the win.
Yeah, and talking about technical riders, Thomas Min, who was maybe a bit off the pace yesterday, normally very technical, very strong. What do we think happened to him, and what are we expecting to see from him today?
Yeah, I mean, I hope he will be also fighting for the win today, but I think he had a lot of road races in the summer and maybe didn't do that much of road work yet, so I think he will still come in a bit in the racing, and I for sure think today he will be already better.
Yeah, and riders coming better, and it's a tough one. We spoke a bit about with the women's race, with having so many races stacked up against each other, 4 races in 1 week. Does that weigh heavily on the legs at the end of it, or is every rider as tired as each other?
Yeah, I think for cyclocross races in 1 week, I think everyone will feel it. There's nobody who won't feel the legs or who won't be tired. It's for everyone the same, and I think you just need to try to let the tiredness fall off you and just go every race again and again.
Yeah, well, we'll see who's recovered the most after yesterday. Jente, thank you very much. I'm going to hand you over to Marty McDonald and Ian Field, our commentators for today.
Thanks, guys. Great to hear from Jente Mikkels. Thanks for joining us. And what a venue here, the Wyke Community Sports Village in Bradford for the Hope Supercross. We are about to get underway with the elite men's race, and Ian, it's a big weekend. Kenny de Moya already looking good, and he said it himself. He first race of the season for him, and he put in a great performance yesterday.
He really did. Very commanding performance from him. 21-year-old from Belgium. He was 6th overall last year in the X2O Badkammers under 23 series. So just shows kind of the class of rider that we're dealing with for that Paushausen team. You don't get on that team from being a joker. He's a very, very strong international standard rider, and he managed to ride away from that group of 3 at the front. Last year's Paushausen visitor Jorben Lausen was 2nd yesterday from the young Brit Oscar Amy, who stepped up from the junior ranks. We've just seen the highlights of the junior race. He's stepped up straight away into the top 3 in the elite race. As we see this overhead of our course, lots of cambers, lots of turns, lots of tricky bits to deal with, as we've seen in the previous races, can catch you out at any time.
And there's some really interesting little sections, the little cobblestones section as well. But for anyone that wasn't with us for the elite women's race, there's a really tricky off camber bank, which is really sort of been key so far in these races.
Yeah, a couple of line choices on that one that we have seen, but on the whole, it looks like the fastest line is that top line, carrying that momentum out of that into a fast straightaway on the tarmac. Looks to be quite a key area of the course. I would have thought in the Elite Open race, they'll be pretty close across there in terms of ability, and it's going to be a wearing down process unless we get the rain like we did yesterday for that final lap, which really, really kind of turned things on their heads. And it was really interesting seeing those last lap times and who struggled in the wet. But right now, no rain just yet.
Yeah, it's forecast as the afternoon goes on, and how much of a challenge is that in terms of if it does rain really, really heavily through this one? Because this course, the mud here is, as Jente Mikkels alluded to, the mud here is very, very different to how we get we're out in, say, Belgium, as Jente said, for example. And also if a venue or a course has been pretty dry throughout the summer.
Yeah, we've got this really hard bumpy surface, and then kind of that top layer of grass gets taken off, and it becomes really, really slippery and slick. And I'm guessing the rain is starting to come down. Everyone with their hoods up. Normally a good indication. Can't quite see it on our screens. It must be very, very light rain at this point. But that is going to make things absolutely treacherous.
And tyre choice early on, is there that moment as well where panic might ensue and riders might reach for a different set of tyres?
Absolutely. I would have thought everyone would have started on Griffos yesterday, and like Kene said, once that rain came down, it was really, really struggling on that Griffo tread. So right now, I would have thought everyone would have been on Griffos before this light rain, and I think there's going to be some panic on the start line and potentially some early bike changes.
And you can see the flags there just blowing in the wind. Let's have a look at some of our riders you're going to be watching out for. Thomas Mean of Hope Factory Racing. Big hopes for him today. Joben Larison and then Hugo there from France. Silas Kushler. We've also got in that front group, we've got the Aussie national champ as well there. Tristan Nash. Alfie Amy is also on that top section of our start list. So some big names to watch out for. And then we go down here in Oscar Amy. We're definitely going to be up there as one to watch.
He certainly is. As I said, coming out of the junior category last year, he was 6th at the World Championships in that junior category, and yesterday was already 3rd, battling in the top 3 for the majority of the race. As we see more names down there, Will Weatherall, the Hope Factory Racing team, Sam Nisbet, Rowan Baxter, eventually down to another international there, David Risberg from Sweden. Aidan Walters from the Gritty Race team rounds out our 45 starters.
Good to see David Reeves back in there for Team Norra. So our Swedish rider, a lot of riders do the races, that the UCI races they have over in Sweden early on in the season. It is another couple of races that that riders head over to do. This is the second race of the weekend in what is a big week ahead of us here in the Hope Supercross series. But we are not far away from our elite men. Yesterday, a hard-fought and hotly contested elite men's race starting from the very first corner as Thomas Mean, Hope Factory Racing, immediately started an intense battle with the Pal Southern Sybil Clementine's duo of Joben Larison and Kenny de Moyer. Oscar Amy of Teckers defying his young years as he attached himself onto the back of the leading group. It was contested yesterday at an unrelenting high pace. Even the slightest issue was costing riders significant chunks of time, including Main, who lost a chunk of time with a technical problem. Riders were losing touch with the sharp end of the field. So amplified by the very narrow sections of the course, stringing out the pack. With half of the race complete, there was a defined bunch of 3 at the front as Amy found herself sandwiched between de Moyer and Larison. But as they moved into the second half of the 8-lap race, that unity shattered, perhaps spurred on by the return of some really squally rain that had peppered the elite women's race. De Moyer attacked, opening up a dozen or so seconds over teammate Larison, who himself had gained a growing gap over Amy. So
Oscar Amy showing
built an advantage. Oscar Amy here, just for Teckers, was showing what a great start to the season he is having for that Teckers team. And de Moyer was building quite an advantage over the chasing group. Thomas Mean, the technical problems that he had, and Kenny de Moyer in his first race of the season, but you could see just how dark and ominous it was looking. Come the last lap, though, the heavens had well and truly opened, and drenching the circuit, making it incredibly slippery, but taking a win in his first race of the season, Kenny de Moyer. Brilliant podium for Oscar Amy. Yeah, when Lorison had taken second place, we were almost ready for the off, and it is starting to look a little bit dark, Ian.
We've got the brollies up, the international code for it's raining. Plenty of hoods up, rain max on. So I presume that rain is very, very light. I can't personally see it on my screen. So perhaps just kind of that light in the wind dampening down, but that can make that top surface of mud very, very tricky. We're going to see a very different race to what we had yesterday. A very fast race all the way up to that final lap yesterday when the heavens opened. But yeah, it's going to be very different today.
And riders like Thomas Mean will be looking for a reversal of fortune from yesterday.
Yeah, I didn't actually find out exactly what those technical issues were for Thomas, but he ended up in 8th place, which, yeah, just not the position we would expect to see the former national champion riding for Hope Factory Racing. And he was certainly up there at the beginning before he had those problems, so he want to put those things right today in the C1.
And for the elite men, an hour of racing, 1 minute to the start, but as close as we get to an hour.
Yep, as close to 60 minutes as possible for these races.
So we are under orders, so you can see just on that front row of the grid. Gavin Lorison in the green and black is Thomas Mean. We are poised and are ready to go racing. Away we go. So looking, Kenny de Moyer getting a great start. So Miles Everts from Thomas Bell also getting a good start. Thomas Mean, we're looking for who's going to get that whole shot through the first corner. It looks like yesterday's winner that goes from tarmac to grass that gets a really strong start. So just pressing on here at the front. And it's good to see the Pal Sals and Sybil Clementine's riders here.
It most certainly is. They've come for the points and the prize money, getting those seasons off to a good start. 2 younger riders within their team here, picking up those valuable points on offer. But some great starts all round, the usual characters at the front.
Kenny de Moyer of the Pal Sals and Bingo team. Sybil Clementine, sorry, it was Bingo before. Force of Habit. We're getting back into cross. Miles Gevart is up there in 3rd place. Then you have Lorison, Thomas Mean. So we'll keep an eye on them. And for anyone that's not familiar with cross teams, you don't become part of the Pal Sals setup unless you have got some talent.
No, certainly not. Internationally renowned, one of the biggest fully focused cyclocross teams available, and they only take on the best of the best in terms of that future talent. So Kenny de Moyer, very, very strong rider, as we saw yesterday. 6th overall, as I said, in the X2 Badkammers under 23 category last year, and looking to step up from that this season, I'm sure.
And yesterday was his first elite victory. He's had a lot of wins as a junior, and that's an important moment in itself.
Yeah, he's only 21 years of age, but to take out as many wins as he did as a junior just shows that promise. They always call the under 23 category the promise kind of category, but already opening up a gap to Gevertz in 2nd, and Larison. He's in a tricky situation now. That gap opening up, I'm sure. There we go. Comes through to close it down. Although teammates, and it is kind of sort of a team sport, you're all out there as individuals wanting to pick up that prize money and points on offer. One rider missing from that top 10 right now. I can't see where he is just yet. Oscar Amy, 3rd yesterday, and top Brit, group of 4, just prizing themselves clear right now.
Yeah, looks like one of the Techers riders in the green, just in the background, just on the back of that little second group. Thomas Mean just on the back there wearing 1 for Hope Factory Racing.
Yep, there's Oscar in 10th.
So just going through is Oscar Amy in those green and white colours of Tekkers. Mean goes low. Power up the inside there from Thomas Mean. So good passing manoeuvre there from the British rider.
Yep, just fully committed to that bottom line and just went for it, carrying great speed down to the bottom, carried it along the top. You do have to scrub a little bit of speed to get that top line. And although maybe you exit with a little bit more, like De Moyer looked round and gave it some out the saddle down that next tarmac section, but Mean just committed to it, carried good speed to the bottom, and looks like he wants to get to the front of this race as soon as possible.
Does Thomas Mean wanting to fly the flag? Nice move there from Oscar Amy that we saw on the bank as well, just moving up.
Yeah, one of those sections of the course where momentum is so important, and he just carried it up the inside, gradually moving through. No panic at this stage in these tricking conditions. It's easy to just push it a little bit too much and make a mistake.
Thomas Mean looking very measured, very calm at the moment in second wheel there.
Always one of those riders that never particularly looks like he's trying, never looks like he's on the edge or the ragged edge in terms of technical ability. And yeah, his best results have come in tricky conditions. Besançon French World Cup last year, 6th. Yeah, has grown up in the British Series, which is always conditions like this, very tricky. As they head on round to the planks for the first time, De Moyer hops them.
So does Thomas Mean. Okay, De Moyer really... What's interesting to watch De Moyer here over these is very explosive.
Very explosive. It's not the easiest to carry the momentum for the second hurdle there. Both riders you see stalling ever so slightly on that second one. Jorben Laursen deciding not to hop them and running over them, just loses a little bit, but then kind of closed up over the second one. I think it's Ugo in 4th, and then Oscar Amy up to 6th now. So little gaps here and there. They're going to take quite a bit to shut down that wind picking up. Whether more rain's going to come in, we're going to wait and see. Around about 55 minutes of racing left, and a leading group of 4 just beginning to prize themselves clear a little bit.
Yeah, Miles give up, getting up there. Anani Ugo wearing number 3. So Ugo up there in 4th position. There you have it. Kenny De Moyer, Thomas Mean, Jorben Laursen, and Anani Ugo. Miles Gevart is our top 5. And they are closely followed as well. Just having a look down through the groups. Matisse Aris is up there wearing number 24, but Kenny De Moyer on the cobblestones really attacking this one, and you can see how much Jorben Laursen is having to dig in, but Thomas Mean exits the cobblestones on the wheel of the Pauwelshausen rider. Well, we have a leading group of 3, just a touch ahead of Ugo Anani.
Yeah, that was a big move from De Moyer up the cobbles there. You saw Laursen's back wheel going all over the place as it was just laying down as much power as possible. But Thomas Mean in 2nd. Looks like he's able to just ride some tighter lines than the other 2 riders, not having to look for that greenies grip just as much. So potentially on a different tyre tread, but looks comfortable right now in 2nd place. De Moyer waiting for no one.
He's not really setting his stall out here. Is Kenny De Moyer. So the Belgian rider looking to go 2 from 2 here. But Thomas Mean just locked right in on that wheel sandwich between the 2 Belgians, but comes through. Does the Hope Factory Racing rider. De Moyer dismounts a little bit earlier there than Thomas Mean, but on this first lap, the British rider just coming through towards the front. So good tactic here from Thomas Mean to just try and start to attack this one from the front.
Looked for a second like he was going to try and ride that first cambered corner, and then got into it and kind of thought better of it. But that's one of those sections of the course we see there. The elastic just begins to stretch just really naturally out of a slow section into a fast section. Just a few bike lengths here and there. And although no panic, De Moyer has got to close that up at some point.
So we see De Moyer just trying to close that gap down. The 21-year-old Belgian rider, Thomas Meen now, 26, former national champion, 19 career victories for Thomas Meen, but attacking on that road section. Jorben Laudersen in third place is having to work hard to get back up to the leaders, and the rain starting to fall now, Ian. We can see it on the lens of the camera. We can hear it as well.
We can, with that tailwind down that start-finish straight, just lends itself to whoever's on the front, not particularly caring about the man in the wheel and just driving it all the way down that start-finish straight. Thomas Meen, interesting to see if these riders have started on the correct tread for these changing conditions, whether we'll see any bike changes. It looked to me on lap 1 that Thomas Meen had the perfect setup already. Whether everyone else is on the right set of tread is yet to be seen.
You want as grippy as possible. So, I mean, just to explain to folks that haven't had a close look at cyclocross tyres, what would be the difference between what you might have started with, given the conditions, and what you would move on to in terms of the pattern of the tread and the depth of the tread?
Yeah, we're going to get a replay here of that move. Thomas Meen just shoving it up the inside, and as I said, it looked like he was coming into here. It looked like he was going to ride it, just got down into it and thought better of it, perhaps changed a little bit too much, changed a little bit more than he thought it had from pre-ride. But as you say about the tyre treads, the intermediates, the faster treads on offer on a day like today would be like an arrowed tread, quite a low profile, fast rolling tread. And then the mud treads move on to a deeper grip on top of the casing, and also more kind of funny shapes like a Y shape, zigzag shapes, just any shape where you can basically add surface area to increase grip is used as a mud tread, and obviously deeper to dig into that surface. But Thomas Meen just beginning to stretch things ever so slightly here, that very, very smooth style of his. But yeah, it's obviously going fast as gaps opening up here and there behind.
Thomas Meen coming into this season clearly on good form. He's got the two Belgian riders with him and racing for that Hope Factory racing team. Oscar Amy, Luke Gibson, Bram Sprangers, Ben Askey and Declan Oldham making up our second group. So Oscar Amy, another rider that in terms of if you look at Oscar Amy and his age, racing with the up here with the elites at 17.
Yeah, double British Junior champion, which not many riders have managed to pull off over the years, and straight up into the under 23 category, which is in with the elites obviously today, and straight onto the podium yesterday. But Thomas Meen just opening up that gap ever so slightly on the chasers.
He is starting to stretch this gap out after that the off camber. Long off camber bank, and looking very cool and very calm here. So almost there, the experience as well showing for Thomas Meen in terms of just letting De Moyer just really throw some big power down on the opening lap before he tried to take advantage.
Yeah, exactly. And it's actually Laudersen who's in second now, has taken over De Moyer after that fast start, and just trying to bring things back, bring the British Hope Factory Racing rider back. Whether De Moyer's paying for that fast start or perhaps didn't look quite as comfortable in these tricky conditions. Even on the opening lap when it wasn't quite as bad, just looked like the bike was moving around a little bit more, looked like he was having to ride kind of different lines to what Thomas Meen was able to ride. So very interesting. But Laudersen looks like he's going to close this one down. Last year throughout the series, the big battle was Thomas Meen versus Laudersen. So we're getting that battle again today.
For someone like Ken De Moyer, though, this is his second race of the season, and it is being able to back up a big ride like yesterday, and the legs are going to be tired. He put in it was a big ride from him yesterday, and that's another thing with Thomas Meen being 5 years older and more experienced as well. These are sort of lessons that you learn, don't you, coming through, and it does take a while as a pro to build that endurance, to be able to back up ride to ride, day to day.
It does. I don't know exactly when both of them started, but even if you think they started at the same time, it's 5 years more training in Thomas Main's body that can grow that aerobic capacity, that anaerobic engine on top of that. So yeah, it all adds up. Potentially De Moy was overconfident, buoyed up after that victory yesterday, took it out. Looked like he'd taken it out really, really hard at the start. The way the gaps just opened absolutely immediately, perhaps paying for it ever so slightly. I think the next 10 minutes is going to be absolutely key for De Moy. If he hangs on to those leading two, he's going to be able to recover and get back into this race. But if that elastic goes, he's going to be in big trouble because he's in no man's land right now.
Because if you come out of the blocks, and it's the tactic. I mean, Mathieu van der Poel uses it all the time, doesn't he? You come out, you do the shock and awe first lap, and just see who's left. But sometimes you can just red line it just a little bit too much, can't you? And all of a sudden, you start to feel like you're drowning when someone else makes a move.
Precisely. You just stay in that red zone for a little bit too long. It's the classic. Everyone can go hard for 12 minutes and then it just begins to build. If you've been in that kind of anaerobic area for far too long, then it becomes, like you're drowning, like that kind of the byproducts of this racing builds up within the body. It can't get rid of those byproducts as quick as you're producing them, and eventually you have to slow down.
So Anani, Uga, Oscar, Amy in our chasing group, are they almost onto them? So in terms of the gap, Thomas Mein and Jorben Lauritsen there with just a small gap back to Kenneth De Moy, our winner from yesterday. So we are on lap 2. So Mein leading out here for Hope Factory Racing. This would be perfect scenario for them. So 15 minutes of racing so far. And so just explain your 12-minute mention there, Ian, in terms of everyone could go hard for 12 minutes.
A little bit tongue-in-cheek, but there are some kind of... if you set off for a 20-minute test and you go too hard, 9 times out of 10 you'll blow up after about 12 minutes, because that's where kind of VO2 max is around that 8 to potentially 12 minutes if you pace it a little bit. But yeah, more often than not, if someone goes out too hard, approximately 12 minutes, they're done.
Who doesn't love a 20-minute effort? We all love a 20-minute effort. You as a coach, I'm sure you love giving your riders their 20-minute efforts to do.
Yep, there's something about a 20-minute effort. Back-to-back 20-minute efforts are always good, that kind of sub-threshold work, even pushing it up to thresholds. We see a change behind now. That gap has really opened up Lauritsen. Whether there was a mistake in there and De Moy has gone round him, but this is a key moment of the race. Thomas Mein coming round now to complete lap 2 onto the start-finish straight, and there is daylight behind him.
Thomas Mein attacks down the start-finish straight here. So he goes through the lap, so we'll head out for lap 3. So De Moy and Lauritsen working well together. There's Oscar Amy. He's holding that gap well, Oscar Amy.
Yeah, considering he's riding through solo, having to do everything on his own, he's only been passing riders at this point. Looked like he was just starting to hurt a little bit, didn't quite have the same punch down the start-finish straight as perhaps the first 3, but he has distanced Ugo there in 5th. So moving through, he really needs to get across to that Paushausen duo if he can. But right now, Thomas Mein is the man on the move. He's got that gap and he's just pressing on.
Big move from the former British champion. So starting this season strongly. A lot of his wins, pro wins, coming in the British National Series races, and another rider that really has dominated these Hope Supercross races over the last seasons. That was the first time he'd been beaten yesterday in this series.
Did he get a DNF last year, maybe?
Oh, did he? Maybe. Yeah, maybe I missed that one. Sorry.
Yeah, but it wasn't... it wasn't all.
It's the one we don't talk about parties.
Yeah. But yeah, he's been very, very dominant over the years in terms of the UK racing. But De Moya just feels like he is able to close it down a little bit. Larison took them down the start-finish straight, and then De Moya's taken over. So small advantage to those teammates working well together against the solo Hope Factory rider out front.
You can see as well, just lost a fraction on that little climb there as well, as De Moya was attacking behind. And they are closing it up.
They are. It's De Moya now distancing Larison. Very interesting situation now at the front of this race as more rain falls.
You can sense the rain, the wind just whipping up before that started. But Kene De Moya just recovering and right on schedule as well, Ian. Because as you said, you go hard and that first, as you alluded to, that first 12 minutes, then Thomas Main made that move just probably for him at the wrong moment.
Yeah, he was just beginning to struggle and Thomas Main hit them. So yeah, opening up that gap when everyone else was just beginning to struggle from the fast start. So it's the age-old rule of if you're hurting, everyone else is hurting, so it's not a bad time to attack. But yeah, that gap just opening up a little bit more. Just as you said, Thomas Main just looked like he was losing a little bit, but then seems to be able to open it up again when they have a bit of a power section.
This one in particular, he's riding that. He's got his fast line there really sorted. It looked like De Moya went high. Johan Larison just giving a great display of sliding with style there as he came out there, just giving his shoes a quick tighten as he exited that section. There's Amy going through in those white and green colours of Tekkers. Then Ugo Anani behind him. And we'll see now, Ian, how this course evolves. This bank as well, you've got to keep using that momentum, particularly to get up that one.
Just ran a little bit wide at the top of there and just had to back off without catching his pedal on that green netting. That has allowed De Moya just to close in another bike length or two. So this could come all back together in the next few corners if De Moya, but you saw De Moya after that cambered section up out the saddle the whole way. He fully well knows that he cannot let Thomas Main get outside.
No, he's got to keep this tight in cross terms. All of these gaps are fairly close, but there's a big gap from Anani back to the next group. And Thomas Main sensing it, you can almost sense that he knows that De Moya is coming back to him and just allowing himself just a moment to recover in case the Belgian just comes back and just drops a big attack over the top.
Yeah, he's got a couple of options here, hasn't he? He can either ease back and allow De Moya just to fully come back and then kind of go again, or he goes immediately, knowing De Moya must have done a big effort to come back to the back wheel. It looks like he's just holding good pace right now, so not really full attack mode from Thomas Main, but certainly keeping the pressure on and not letting De Moya recover from that effort.
And that's it. When they get on, when they've just had to dig really deep to get up to you, if you just hit them again, that might be the moment again. They just get on when they're completely spent, and you can get that gap again.
Exactly, and this is where you can kind of make a mistake in a technical section. Through here, it's getting more and more tricky. You see them staying really high, staying on that grass to the left. You see the bikes moving around. So Thomas Main got a problem here.
Thomas Main, just as we see De Moya sliding out, the back wheel drifting there. We saw Thomas Main just counterbalancing his body weight with his left leg as he went through that section of the course. And it does look like he's having a few issues. Is he punctured? Is that back wheel punctured?
Yeah, rear puncture, I think, from Thomas Main.
You can see it just sliding around under Thomas Main here. He'll be looking for a bike change as soon as possible, but he's just got to try and limit his losses as much as he can here.
Yeah, just trying to get a good look. Just looked like the bike was moving around way more than usual through that section, but as we say, the rain is coming down. The rain is getting heavier, and it's these slick sections. You see the bike really going sideways on him there.
De Moya here attacking at the front. Thomas Main just, you can see, using everything that he's got in his skill set to stay with the Belgian till he gets to the pits. So doing a great job here. De Moya, though, sensing that there's an opportunity, and he's just throwing those little punches now to see if he can get clear of Thomas Mean and into the pits.
Yeah, hand went up from Thomas there, just allowing his pit crew know that he's going to come in. He is going to have to change bikes. That it didn't kind of look like it was fully down that rear tubular. It was just almost like he had lost some pressure, perhaps. It was a slightly strange one. It certainly wasn't flat on the rim, I don't think. But yeah, did a really, really good job limiting his losses. But now through that bike change, the gap is open de Moya.
We're on lap 3 of 7, and you saw the way Kene de Moya just attacked through the pit lane, and ultimately you can take 10 seconds through a fight because the pit lane's fast, the outside of it.
Both pits are super fast, so quite a big disadvantage if you do have to change bikes through a problem. You say, this isn't road racing. We do not wait for technical problems or crashes. That is the time to attack. But issues there for de Moya. Wasn't super smooth exiting that section. Didn't carry a load of speed onto that next tarmac section. So perhaps a small glimmer of hope for Thomas there.
So a good shot there of our 3 leaders. Yesterday's winner, Kene de Moya, is leading here for Palshausen Civil Clementines. One of the biggest teams in cyclo-cross. Thomas Mean has got to go big here to try and get back to Kene de Moya. How do you approach this, though, Ian? Is it got to throw down as much power as you can? It looks like Thomas Mean's doing just that, rather than trying to gradually grind your way back.
Yeah, there's no real time to waste at this point. Only 35 odd minutes to go in terms of racing, so you can't wait. The other thing is you're not going to close 5-6 seconds in a set of corners, so you do have to be patient. You just have to ride your good lines, be sensible in these conditions, like push the limits obviously to close the gap, but it's a fine line between pushing the limits and going over them.
On the steps, looked like Thomas Mean was closing that gap slightly as the Hope Factory Racing rider comes into sight there. It looks like here he's just gradually trying to reel in Kene de Moya here at the front. If you're joining us for the first time today, welcome aboard. We're in the Wyke Community Sports Village here in Bradford for the Hope Supercross race 2 of the weekend. And it is this man here who took the win yesterday ahead of Jaban Laursen. Oscar Amy rounding out the podium. Technical issue for Thomas Mean yesterday. The man who's currently sat in second wheel for de Moya. It was his first win in the elites category, having won many, many races as a junior. But it looks here like Thomas Mean is just gradually closing this way up. If he can just force a mistake here from de Moya, he'll be back with him.
It's that annoying distance where you feel like you're there, but you're not. You're getting no advantage on the fast sections, but it's really easy at this point in the race just to push a little bit too much and desperately close down those 6-7 bike lengths in kind of one series of corners. But as I said, you can't. You just got to be patient, wait for these big power sections. See, it opens up. As soon as they're on a fast section, it really, really opens up again. Not as close as we initially thought.
He's powerful, isn't he, de Moya? We haven't seen him in this, but we've not really seen him in this position before. He's got an impressive snap out of the corners.
Yeah, like all good cross riders, very explosive out of these corners, and yeah, looks solid technically, riding good lines. It looks like he's actually got to grips with the conditions a little bit more from the opening laps, and looks very, very good right now.
Is it they're going to feel? Is it better to have these conditions earlier on as we've had today, rather than just right at the end yesterday?
Swings and roundabouts a little bit. Yesterday it was literally only the last lap, so they just had to kind of survive it as such. Whereas today, that rain on the start line meant that all the practice was done in drier conditions, although there were some showers. So not potentially the first time this weekend that they've ridden this course in wet conditions, but certainly Thomas takes that lower line, but just dropped a little bit too low potentially. Oh no! just dropped out as he was exiting and killed all his speed onto that tarmac section. Just looked like he was coming back.
It's just those subtle calculations that you have to make. As you've said, you can't think as a cross rider, isn't it? Your processing speed is always right at the top end, isn't it? As you said earlier, if you think you're already making mistakes.
Absolutely. It's just earlier on, Mean was able to carry really good speed down to that bottom line, and then really attack up out of it. But as it's got less and less grippy, it meant that he wasn't able to carry that really good speed down the hill because he almost lost it at the bottom. And then on the way back up, he went to put down that big power to exit really well, and the bike just went sideways underneath him and ran towards those barriers, and he just had to check his speed before that crucial moment out onto the tarmac. But doing a good job now just to bring it back a little bit through this section. It's so close. It's literally fractions of a second here and there between these two leaders.
It is. We have got a proper race on our hands here. Jorben Laursen is just in the background. Quick glance back there from Kenny de Moyer just to see where Thomas Mean is. And the answer that the Brit is not far away from him in those green and black colours of the Hope Factory Racing team. De Moyer almost doing what Thomas Mean did to him. Just you can sense, you can feel that that Mean is coming back. Quick explosive injection of pace out of the planks to get back up to speed. But Thomas Mean just gradually just closing this one back in.
Yeah, exactly what Mean did to him. Doesn't want to allow him an easy ride back to the wheel. Thomas Mean discards something to a spectator there. Maybe the sunglasses or the glasses he was wearing at the start have fogged up or become covered in mud and rain and can't see, so maybe got rid of them. But just looks like he's beginning to struggle ever so slightly, a little bit more than de Moyer, although just as I say that, foot flying and has to check his speed a little bit.
Thomas Mean sliding out in the background.
That must be a puncher. Another puncher on exactly the same section of course. The amount of time he's lost in that small section, it must be a puncher.
Oh, frustration. Thomas Mean was almost back there with Kenny de Moyer. So we'll have a look. There's Jorben Laursen coming through. Thomas Mean's second issue of the race here. Let's have a replay. So over the planks, he was fine. Is it there that he's punctured? Let's have a look. So out of that, de Moyer.
There is a possibility that he is puncturing the rear tubular on that second plank by landing on top of it, potentially. I mean, I presume it's gone down. He's doing a really good job in terms of holding Laursen at this point, but the way that gap opened and the way the bike went sideways on that camber, it was just like the previous lap when he had the rear wheel puncture.
And that's it, isn't it? We ride such low pressures in cross, but you still need some air in the tyre. You still need something for grip.
Exactly. For people that don't know, these are tubular tyres that are glued onto the rim. So once they're flat, the tyre won't come off the rim as such. So you're still able to ride it, but it will just kind of fold all over the place underneath you. You won't be riding on the grip on those cambers. You'll be on the sidewall offering no grip whatsoever. So really unfortunate for Thomas there. We haven't actually seen him with a flat to complete evidence or a bike change. So still waiting for potentially those images.
And this, as Kenny de Moyer looks across the course, this gap with a second mechanical where de Moyer's had nothing is going to be a tough one to come back from. But we've still got plenty of race to go, and we don't know how the luck of cross can go anywhere.
No, exactly. We're kind of half race distance. He'll be coming round to finish this lap very, very shortly. But like you say, cross is never over. Anything can happen. Laursen is second there, quite a way behind already. Still no images of Thomas Mean, but de Moyer just needs to get his head down now and keep things smooth. He has got a good gap, and if it's 20-30 seconds, it's going to be very, very difficult to close in these conditions.
As we said, yesterday was his first elite win. He's a very, very talented junior, and that's what the beauty of these races, and especially for Paul Sausen, is to bring young riders like this as under 23s. It's keeping that winning fire alive, isn't it? And reminding them of how to win.
As a young Belgian, you don't get many opportunities to win bike races in Belgium, such is the talent pool there. So going international and learning how to win at this level is absolutely key.
Just grabbing it. Did it look like he was grabbing a gel as well?
Yep.
And that's a double weekend of racing. Sometimes that can be even more important if you start to feel like you're hitting a hunger flat.
Yeah, you shouldn't do really, but the way things have gone now with the super high carb fueling, the body gets used to taking on carbs at that high regular kind of interval, and so even in a cross race now, potentially kind of almost describe it as these riders like their body's almost like running rich in terms of a mechanical kind of point of view. So yeah, just a little bit of sugar. There is evidence to, sugar's going into the mouth, tells the body that sugar's on its way to release a little bit more energy. Don't need to kind of hold back at all. So there is something in that, but technically, as long as you fueled well beforehand, you shouldn't need any more sugars during an intense kind of hour of racing like this.
So it's almost as well, you kind of almost psychological and almost just trying to trick your body in a way.
Yep, probably a caffeine gel as well. So caffeine definitely will kick in 30 minutes. So yeah, kind of even if it is psychological, placebo effect is, as we well know, absolutely massive.
16 seconds is the gap from Kennedy Moya to the chaser. So Thomas Mean, second, looked like the second puncture of this race, but a little coming together. And that's what we mean by cyclocross is never over until you cross the line. It is, you count up the twists and turns, the amount of corners, the rain, the possibility of a stone just finding its way to the surface with so many riders on the course, and all of a sudden the gap can just disappear in the blink of an eye, because at 16 seconds is a mistake, isn't it, Ian?
Yeah, it's a fairly big mistake. It's not a slip and a quick foot down, but if you actually go down on the ground, potential for chain to jump off or have a bigger issue getting back on. So yeah, it's not all done and dusted at 16 seconds as we get an update now on that second group. Oscar Amy, Luke Gibson, Bram Sprangers, Ben Askey, and Bossart. So all the names that were doing well yesterday kind of in that second group right now. I don't know how much of a group that is or whether that's just the positions behind. Yet to see that on screen.
But Kennedy Moya here just glancing across the course just to see where the chasers are behind. Lap 5 of 7 as we go into this swooping section that leads into that off-camber bank that's just ahead of Kennedy Moya. There's a Jurgen Larison in second wheel. That's his teammates. Still looking here for the arrival of Thomas Mean. There he is. Just comes into shot in third. So the gap is fairly decent, but we'll see if Thomas Mean can close this one back up, at least to Jurgen Larison to start with. Let's see what line he takes on this. He goes low. He really is favouring this lower line.
Yeah, you see the riders staying on the top. They really have to check their speed on the way in to make it up onto that line. And you see Ugo there and Mean just opting to carry their speed down to the bottom. As it has got slippier right at the bottom, it does look like there's some issues heading towards that netting, and on the way back out, you've obviously got to climb further across that camber. So yeah, swings and roundabouts. There's not a huge difference in terms of the speed across that section. Potentially the high line leads to a better exit speed right now in these conditions, but once you've kind of dialed in a line in practice, and it was certainly fast early on, we saw Mean move up a position early on. He's sticking with that line right now.
Here's Ugo Anani, the French rider, 22 years old. He's in the background. He's a former national junior cyclocross champion of France. A few junior wins for him. So we are really seeing a lot of the young riders, the under 23s, just coming through, really starting to show the class that they have as under 23s. So Kennedy Moya, Jurgen Larison, then you've got Thomas Mean Ugo Anani, and then Miles Gevart there in 5th place. And then the next group, Oscar Amy, Luke Gibson, Bram Sprangers, Ben Askey, and then Sen Bossarts. That was the group that's Ian just mentioned. I think they're all fairly well spread out. We can just see them in the background. There's few gaps between each one of them.
Yeah, certainly individuals rather than a group. So yeah, take that as kind of positions rather than a group. But it's kind of 5-6 seconds almost between all riders at this point in the race. In these conditions, it's very, very tricky to kind of be right on the wheel unless you are that closely kind of matched.
So the battle is on. Pal Sals are looking to go 1-2, as they always like to do in races.
Lovely line from De Moya there. Dropped really low down onto the grass and then cut across and exited on the green as well. We had Sin riders dropping really low towards that netting on the exit there, but changed mid-race, changed with the conditions. Really sign of a very good cross rider, that being confident that, yeah, that line that was really good in practice or really good early on in the race is no longer the best line. So changing it up and carrying great speed on exit there.
Kene De Moya coming into this winter. He's had quite a classic cross rider summer when you look at his program. So he had a big old gap between the last race of his cyclo-cross season, then into his gravel and road series. But rode Flèche de Sud, Baloise, Belgium Tour as well, Tour de Wallonie, rode that Muir Classic in Gerardsbergen as well. So his first race of the cross season was yesterday, but you can see the difference and sense the difference that summer of multiple stage races has had on De Moya.
For sure, that's the kind of race program that brings you on as a rider, especially as a 21-year-old, as we're seeing now. It kind of physically changes you, taking on that workload, that intensity through those races, really stepping up in terms of a race program available to him by signing for the Pals1000 team. So yeah, we're seeing kind of the fruition of his hard work through the summer here right now on our screens.
We are, and he's another rider that does like to travel. He's, in terms of his wins as a junior, went up to Sweden to the Stockholm and Toby Park races. So they're another good place to pick up some good points and some good results early on in the season. But often running here through that section from our long shot.
Interesting, just watching kind of almost off screen there. Ugo has gone past Thomas Mean now.
So maybe we'll see if we sense the chases that Thomas Mean has had to put in, or has he got another issue? As you go, Anani in the blue and black.
He's just been through the pits, so he had the opportunity to change if there was another problem. But yeah, interesting to see at this point. But whether, like you say, those problems just mounting up, the effort required, the kind of the mental side of things at this point, just problem after problem yesterday. It seems problem after problem today as well for poor Thomas.
And it just happens sometimes, doesn't it? It can be a batch of tyres that just aren't happy sometimes.
Yeah, an odd one to basically, well, we're presuming he punctured the second time the way the bike was handling on that cambered section. Yeah, to puncture identical places, whether he was basically hitting the same thing, whether it was hopping those planks at a fairly low speed and catching the back wheel on the second one perhaps, or maybe a curb or something coming after that section that we couldn't quite see. But yeah, really, really unfortunate for Thomas Mean this weekend.
Is through the line to we go through with 2 laps to go this time. So our leader, and in the rain, it has been 2 tough days of racing here in Bradford. This is Miles Gevart of the Tomabel Inofec team, another Belgian rider. So going through that line, there's Oscar Amy going through the line for that Tekkers team, that London-based team. Back to our leader, very much in control here, is Kene De Moya. and had to did a little roadside session. It was interesting hearing his interview. That he had to do a little roller session on the side of the traffic jam that they were in.
Yeah, just one of those things that kind of you have to deal with as a professional athlete is, trying to get to a race and there's a crash on the motorway, you're held up, you're not going to make it in time to the venue like you heard, and you've got to warm the engine up. So rollers out, bike out, rollers on the side of the road while they waited for the road to clear. So didn't sound like he had the perfect preparation yesterday, but was still able to take the win. So potentially we're seeing that better preparation, that more relaxed start to his day today, and another excellent performance from the young man.
And they came up in the camper as well, because anyone that's watching us that's not in the UK and not familiar with the UK, Bradford is fairly well up the country in terms of the journey that the riders have made to come here, which is great, and also shows that it's a real sort of testament to the Hope Supercross series.
Precisely. I think he said he had 160k, so maybe came across the Hull Zeebrugge route and then had to drive across from Hull to Bradford. That mileage maybe adds up. It certainly wasn't from Dover, 160k. So no matter what the distance in the UK, unfortunately, our road system always seems to be clogged up.
It does. You go to France or Belgium and the journey's going to take you 3 hours, and when you go to a race here or you travel all the way up the country like you would have to, generally give yourself an extra hour to 2 hours leeway, don't you, in terms of planning your journey, especially if you want to get there for something. If you're going for a race, it's can be a challenge.
Exactly.
So 2 laps. We're on our we'll get the belt when we come round this time. I think we're getting a really good glimpse here of the start of the season for a lot of these riders who are going to be going into especially the sort of Belgian races, or whether it's home series in France, around the world, where they're going to go in with a big boost from this weekend.
For sure, one of those riders, Miles Gavart, on our screens right now. Another 21-year-old Belgian, was 9th here last year in this race, so really stepping it up this year. More international riders, a stronger field this year over last year. This Hope Supercross series growing year on year, and we're seeing literally riders grow on our screens year to year as well. There's Oscar Amy just behind, another rider closing down on him, look like Ben Askey. Closing on Oscar Amy towards the end of this one.
Okay, De Moyer here pressing on at the front for the Palsals and Sybil Clementine's team, and for within the hierarchy of that team. I mean, you've got the some of the biggest names in cross within that team, and this is a really good weekend of showing. Probably one of the let's just say he's a tough team manager, Jürgen Menni-Pettigen, isn't he? It's good for good. Is that fair to say in terms of putting yourself on his radar?
100%. Yeah. I mean, you don't get on that team through luck. So they already believe in him, but it's one thing getting on that team. It's another thing staying on that team and keeping Jürgen Menni-Pettigen happy. Yeah.
He's a tough team manager. Let's just say that, if you're not familiar with it. But it's Belgium, we call it. It's the school of hard knocks, isn't it? In terms of whether it's on the road or whether it's in cyclo-cross as well. So if you win in Belgium and you're a top Belgian cross rider and you've been junior champion in Belgium, it's a bit like being world champion in cyclo-cross, isn't it?
It is, and it can be a really, really tough place for a young Belgian, because it's so much pressure is applied to the young riders, built up to be the next whoever, the next Eddie Merckx, the next Tom Boonen, the next Sven Nys, whoever it might be. It's the next big thing, and it's like being a young professional footballer in the UK. It's such a huge pressure, but looks like Kenny De Moyer is taking on that pressure. Look at that, up out the saddle, giving it absolutely everything.
He is, and that's how you attack it. And if we kind of that section of the course, I mean, you don't let up at all in cross ever, and that's what. And if you look at, I always draw the comparison on when you see an attack like that. Even when Mathieu van der Poel is ahead in cross and has led from the first pedal stroke, he still attacks climbs like that with every lap, because it's all training as well, isn't it? Because those efforts that you make on sections of course like that, you're just banking them for later on in the season as well.
It's cyclocross to a T. You saw that huge effort up the cobble climb, then through that tricky series of corners and cambers, and he was concentrating obviously to control the bike through that section, but fundamentally from a physical point of view he was recovering. When he got to the pits, up out the saddle, sprinted all the way through the pits, and then he'll be into another technical section, and then he'll try and recover a little bit more and then go again. Is the hard sections hard, the easy sections easy, as we see Larsen there in second place.
It's finding an easy section of a cross course, isn't it? A lot of the time, you can see how slippy this course is becoming there for Jorben Lauritsen. He's a dirty side dismounter, and that's coming with its own challenges through that section, because you're kind of sliding away from your bike rather than having your bike to almost lean on, and as we saw riders slinging it through the turns.
Yeah, there's a couple of things there. He obviously can't grab onto the wooden posts on the inside because he's the other side of the bike. So for people maybe a little bit newer to this, he's fundamentally left-handed, so he feels most comfortable dismounting on the right-hand side of the bike. Most right-handed people dismount on the left-hand side of the bike. And the other thing to add to that is probably 90% of this field are right-handed, and will get off on the left and create footprints, create the course almost for right-handed people, and he's dismounting the other side where there's no footprints, there's no ledge built up where all the other riders are running around those corners. And so very, very tricky situation to be different through that section.
It's around a 7:40 lap for that lap. So quick, but we go back to Jorben Lauritsen here. Second place, Paushausen, Sybil Clementines running 1 and 2, which is another position that team like to be in. If there's 2 of you in a race, you have to make sure that you get first, second. If there's 3 of you, you have to make sure you round out the podium, don't you?
Absolutely. The highest expectations from that team. Ellie Isabit and Michael Van Turnhout, obviously the 2 big names that we often see at the front of the biggest international races, and the number of times they've got a 1-2 is pretty damn high. So I'm sure these younger teammates will be looking up to them and trying to emulate them in every single way, and these 2 today are doing just that.
It's been impressive. It did. If you tuning in for the first time today, our leader, Kene de Moyer, went off the start line like a rocket. Thomas Mean got up to him, and it did look like early on, didn't it, Ian, that he had put himself into a bit of a box early on. But that's what's been interesting about this ride. We've had 2 mechanicals for Thomas Mean. It looked like 2 punctures, and I'm sure we'll find out more about that afterwards. But I think for me, it's how de Moyer recovered and came back to deliver the sort of second half of this race.
Yeah, I said that point in time was going to be absolutely key, and so it turned out. He was kind of allowed back into it as such through those problems of Thomas Mean. Interesting to see that quite a bit of mud building up now on the gears, around the tyres, around the frame where it goes close to the tyres, building up a little bit, but still not opting to change that bike. Probably a little bit due to those pits being so fast through that section. If it was a slower pit, potentially would want to get a clean bike just to negate any bad luck on this final lap.
The gap's only 11 seconds here as well, and we saw how much time Thomas Mean lost when he went into the pits and de Moyer attacked through it.
Yeah, it's not the kind of course where you can easily do a safe bike change with it being so fast and the gap's still relatively small. If it was up to probably 30 seconds, he potentially would allow himself a bike change on this last lap just to, get fresh tread, a lighter, cleaner bike. The gears have got no mud over them, so they'll be working a little bit better, a little bit smoother, but still absolutely full gas with the gap only 11 seconds.
So there's your order. Kenny de Moyer, Jorben Lauritsen, and Nani Ugo. Thomas Mean Miles Gevart is our order on the course. So good podium here at the moment from the French rider, Anani Hugo.
Yeah, super strong from him today. He is a former junior French champion and 8th at the Elite National Championships last year. So a very, very handy rider. Yeah, it comes as no surprise to see where he is in the results today. The French are very, very strong international depth in their field. Potentially not like the biggest names in the sport, but very, very strong in depth. So yeah, to be 8th at their national championships just goes to show the caliber of rider we're talking about, as he's on screen now, sliding his way across that camber on that Bianchi bike.
Yeah, it's great to see the Bianchi bikes in here as well. We it's not a brand that we see a huge amount in cross, but their Laura Vidonchkot's team was on them last season, weren't they? But it's great to see them out there.
It is, especially when they're in the Celeste colour. They really catch the eye.
They do. They really stand out. We're on lap 7 of 7. He's there as his teammate, so he's still very much under pressure. Johan Laursen here is really keeping the pressure on his teammates. There's Hugo in the background. But you can see Kene de Moyer here really having to still attack every single corner in and out of these hot dog turns. Straight up, back onto the gas, straight back up to speed. Laursen is really putting in a final lap charge here. He's got his teammate under pressure.
He really has. It's no let up from de Moyer. He simply can't. Laursen just that kind of 10 seconds back. I timed it on that previous corner. So yeah, very much keeping him in check as the rain comes down a little bit heavier now, it seems.
It is. There's no margin for error now for Kene de Moyer to try and take his second win of the weekend here in the Hope Supercross. And you can see there, look, goes long, goes for some grip on that drop. Johan Laursen is just trying to force his teammate to make an error, and it will be back with him. So goes high, goes for that high line, looking for that grip, drops through there. Nicely done through there by Kene de Moyer. Pressure on. He's ridden that section super well throughout this race.
He has just tweaked his line from the opening laps just to see Laursen takes the racing line as such. You see him drop down into that kind of hollow and lose a little bit of speed on the exit, whereas de Moyer checked his line, dropped a little bit lower on the way in and exited higher. So great way of kind of showing the different line choices within a cross race and kind of the effects of that on exit speed.
We can see change in surface there as he attacks onto the cobblestones. Looks back over the shoulder. He cannot let up at all. The chase from his teammate is relentless. Kene de Moyer wants his second win of the weekend here in the Hope Supercross. His teammate, Johan Laursen, has got the pressure on him and really attacking those cobblestones on the final lap. We'll see if that gap closes at all. He's holding it well here at the moment.
He is not too far to go now. He'll be through the pits for the final time. Not long before he reaches that start-finish straight.
It is. There he is. Past the pits, attacking it as he has done throughout this race. But what a race. His teammate has kept him to the drama right the way to the end of the race here in Bradford. What a weekend, you would say, from Kene de Moyer. This is the start of, we would expect to be a big winter as he steps up in the world of cyclocross. And for Paul Sausen, Sybil Clementines, this has been a really, really strong weekend from both de Moyer and Laursen.
Precisely. First second yesterday, first second today. Literally could not get any better. So through this final running section for the last time.
Back onto the bike, just dismounted early onto the road. He looks back over the shoulder. It is a 2 from 2 here in the Hope Supercross. through these last sections of the course. Final turn for Kene de Moyer, the 21-year-old Belgian. His second elite victory of his career. He does the double here at the Hope Supercross for Paushausen, Sybil Clementines. Big weekend for the young Belgian. Behind him, his teammate, Joben Lauritsen. Takes his second podium of the weekend. A 1-2 for Paushausen, Sybil Clementines. And then we look back down the course. It should be our French rider that comes into picture. So Ugo Anani, but what a performance there from the two Belgians. It's Belgium 1 and 2. It is going to be France that come across for third. Anani Ugo for the Arques cyclocross team rounds out our podium, and then Oscar Amy is in a battle behind. Amy just attacking now into that final corner.
Yeah, I think they've still got a little way to go. They've got the run-in section and then those final twists and turns back towards the pit and then onto the start-finish. I think maybe potentially a little bit further down. There's some more riders to come in. Certainly Miles Gevart is in there somewhere. Interesting to see as they come across the line, hopefully.
Yeah, we'll see where they are. Sorry, just misread where they were on the course a little bit there as our first and second place riders just get themselves cleaned up and warm. But ready for the podium. Let's have a look at our winner, though. I mean, he attacked this race throughout, didn't he? Every single corner.
He did from the get-go. Straight off the line into that first lap. Probably went a little bit too hard, if anything. Put himself into a little bit of trouble when Thomas Main hit the front, but fought back really, really well. And that second half of the race, although Joben Lauritsen kept him very, very honest, it never really looked like anyone else was going to win.
It's going to be interesting to watch how his season unfolds now from this.
It certainly is. He's going to be very competitive at the front of the under-23 international field, and be interested to see whether he gains selection in that very, very tough Belgian squad for World Cups, World Championships, European Championships. They're kind of the real highlights for the under-23 junior racers. Yeah, so very interested to see what happens. We see Oscar Amy there congratulating Miles Gevart. Good ride today.
He is indeed. Let's go down, though, and hear from our winner. We'll just give him a chance to just get some more jackets and hats and things on for our winner. And they just make sure against the conditions that he keeps warm afterwards.
Although not crazy cold, once you stop having got very sweaty, yeah, you want to get as many layers on as quickly as possible, like he has.
That's what he's doing now.
Kene de Moyer, congratulations. That's a second win in as many races. How was this one today for you?
Yeah, it was really, the course was really tricky with the wet. It was really slippery. In the first round I made a mistake and I had a little gap too close to Thomas and Jorben, and I did it really calm, do it on my own pace, and I came back to Thomas, I think, very quickly. And I saw he make too many mistakes, and I took the lead, and I rode my own pace the whole time.
And how much concentrating do you have to do with these conditions? I mean, we could see from some of the off-camber sections just how slippery the course is. How much effort did it take for you to stay upright?
Yeah, it was the off-cambers were really tricky, especially with the rain, and I took every off-camber 1 foot out. Sometimes I take too much risk, and I took it with 2 feet, but I think that is sport, and you lose some, and today I win.
And obviously, it's been a great weekend for the team. Yourself and Jorben finishing 1-2 in both the races. I mean, the team must be so pleased with how it's going.
Yeah, I think we did it really good as a team, 2 times 1 and 2, like you say, and it's really good for the sponsors. I think they are happy.
And Fanny, 2 more races coming up. What's the plan? Another 2 wins?
We will see. Took it race by race, and now it's Wednesday in the dark. I think I never did a race in the dark, so let's try to make the best of it. And if I win, I win. But if I'm second or third, it's also good.
Oh, well, congratulations again, Kenai, and best of luck for the rest of the week.
Thank you very much.
So, our winner, Kenai de Monet. Great ride from him. Great to hear from him afterwards. Great to hear his analysis there, Ian.
Yeah, kind of as we saw it, a mistake early on, and then eventually came back to Thomas Mean. Interesting that he felt fairly comfortable at that stage to come back. We can't always tell how people are feeling. We can just see how he did come back. But like you said, there was a few little mistakes from Thomas that allowed him back into it. But then, yeah, from that point on in the race, he was very, very good.
It looks like, I mean, you have to feel for Thomas Mean as well in terms of he was looking super comfortable as in his race as well, in terms of the challenge for what he put down today.
He did look very, very good until those problems came in. So yeah, very unfortunate. 2 days running problems for the former British champion. Not how he'd want his home series, the Hope Supercross series, to go, I'm sure. But he still has 2 races to put it right.
He does indeed. That was his teammate, Scott Fisher. As everyone just analyses post-race. Good to have some proper cyclocross conditions as well early on.
Cyclocross is one of them, no matter what the conditions, everyone has a story to tell afterwards. No matter if you were on your own, in a group, came first or last. Everyone has a story to tell after a cross race.
As you said earlier on, you always find your tribe within a race as well. I believe we can go and hear from Jorben Lauritsen. Oh no, we can't hear from Jorben Lauritsen yet. They're still looking for him down there at the finish. But as you said, Ian, in the race, you always kind of find your pack out there in cross.
Yeah, no matter what your level, as long as you turn up to the correct level of racing, more often than not, you will find someone to race with. So, yeah.
And what a great! I'm going to say it's great course that they've put together here in Bradford. You can see why it's so popular.
You can, just brilliant as we see the next generation, maybe the under 10s, under 12s, all lining up ready to take on their 15 minutes or so of racing. So yeah, one of the support races about to go off. Just brilliant to see. Some of them desperately trying to stay warm before the start of this one, but this is the next generation of who we've just seen on our screens. Just the elite categories up and coming. So just brilliant.
You can see some on cross bikes, some on mountain bikes as well. And that's the thing about cross as well, especially as youngsters, isn't it? If you want to have a go, just have a go.
Absolutely, just use anything. As long as it's got 2 wheels and pedals, then turn up, stick your number on and give it a go. It's literally the best way to learn, is to just do it, get involved.
And a cyclocross bike, if you're for parents and someone wanting to get into cycling, cyclocross bike is like your Swiss Army knife for bikes, isn't it? Because you can put road tyres on it and race on that in the summer, especially now with the disc brakes.
Yeah, very versatile. Most of the modern setups will take kind of 45mm in the front, 40 in the back, so you can even do gravel on it as well. So yeah, kind of as you say, Swiss Army knife of bikes. If you're going to buy one bike, get a cross bike.
Indeed. Let's go and hear from Jorben Lauritsen.
Jorben Lauritsen, congratulations, that 2nd place. How was the race for you today?
Thank you. The race was very hard, but I had a bad feeling in the beginning of the race, but at the end of the race, I had a good feeling, and yeah, but the race was too short for me.
I was going to say, what it's like doing sort of 2 really intense races in 2 days. I mean, how much energy do you have at the end of 2 days of such tough racing?
Yeah, 2 days for me it's okay, but second place is no win. Eh?
I was going to say, is there a bit of an inter-team competition with Kenai to try and see if you can get the best of him? Do you want to see if you can try and get the best of Kenai, try and beat him the next 2 races?
But the next 2 races, I go home.
Oh, so it's only this weekend?
No, it was just this weekend. Yeah.
So what does the programme look for you in the next couple of weeks?
I think next week I go to Germany, and then I rode the Swiss Cup in Switzerland. Yeah.
Oh, well, congratulations again, Jorben, and hopefully we'll see you back racing again soon.
Yeah, thank you.
Good to hear from Jorben Lauderson, who, as we said, as riders, there you have to travel as well early on in the year. And he, as he said there, and he's off to Germany and then off to Switzerland.
Yeah, trying to pick up those points, but very interesting that going home. There's still 2 C2s on offer Wednesday and Saturday as part of this Hope Supercross series. So interesting that he's opting to go home and then travel to Germany next weekend rather than stay for the week and do 2 more races here.
Let's have a look back at the highlights. What race we had. And you can see from the start, the race for that whole shot, Kenny de Moyer went off the start line like a rocket.
He certainly did. No one else was beating him to that first corner today, and it was de Moyer that took it out. Givart in second, Thomas Main in third, and it was Larson that went onto the grass and moved up a position into third. Said he didn't have the greatest of feeling early on, but felt good towards the end, and it we saw that on our screens. Really struggled early on to always hold the wheel, but kept that gap at 10 seconds for probably the last 20 minutes of racing.
It happens, doesn't it? Sometimes you start and you just feel awful, and then you just settle and you ride into the race.
Precisely. It's always difficult when you race the day before, then knowing what you need to do the next day to be at your best, whether it's a really, really thorough warm-up, do a little bit more than normal to get the previous day out of the legs, or perhaps you're really opened up from the previous day and all you need to do is do a little spin before the race on Sunday. So, sounds like he didn't quite get it right on the day, but came good in the end and sounded pretty disappointed with 2 second places. But I can kind of understand that, the younger teammate coming through and getting the better of him in the end both days running.
Yeah, that was the start of the elite women's race. And a great start from Leah Stern from Switzerland, and Fionn Gilbert getting up there as well. But from this point, Kenny de Moyer, you see Thomas Mean just sat there 4th in line there for the Hope Factory Racing team in the green. And for Thomas Mean, you could see he was just analysing the course and analysing everyone ahead of him on this opening lap.
He looked super smooth, super comfortable in that 4th position, like you say, working things out and picking people off when he could on the opening couple of laps. But it was de Moyer that was really, really pushing things immediately. Miles Givart in second at this point was really struggling to hold the wheel in front of him. And it was Jorben Larson in the end that had to jump round and close that gap to his teammate. He knew how dangerous this was.
What you could see, as all cross riders have, but it's when it's on form is that explosiveness that he has in and out of every corner. And you could see that he was already just nudging out of second here or so. And that was where Laursen just using that turn there to just dive up the inside and move up into second wheel. And Thomas Mead knew that he needed to do the same.
Yeah, the way De Moy was going on this first lap, it was pretty obvious, especially after yesterday's result, that he was certainly a man to watch, and that's exactly what his older teammate and Thomas Main did. But those four prized themselves clear pretty early on in terms of this race.
And when you look at this opening lap for Kenai de Moya, that this is why he then started to struggle.
Yes, he went off so hard that he definitely paid for it in that kind of 10 to 20 minute mark. And it just so happened that nice line from Thomas Main that really worked nicely early on, carrying his speed down to the bottom and then up and out, moved up into second place. And he didn't wait long until reaching the back wheel of De Moya and almost went straight past at the end of the first lap into that kind of running section.
We didn't. This was an incident, a little crash that we didn't see for Filip Samek of the Elkov team, one of our Czech riders in the race. But their battle between De Moya, Thomas Mean coming through there. That was the point where Mean decided to come through to the front. That was the point where you thought he looked like he was going to try and ride it.
Yeah, it looked like he was last of the late breakers there, but yeah, decided against it in the end. And then that's when he really began to apply that super smooth pressure. And then this was the first of the punches. The bike just beginning to go sideways on these cambers, that rear flat for Thomas Mean. And he had to ride quite a way before eventually he was able to get into the pits and get a bike that had two inflated tubulars on it.
And De Moya learned from that incident himself in terms of the line that he subsequently took for the rest of the race.
He did. He knew that section was getting more and more slippy, and so decided to drop low, exit high. And these conditions, learning within the race is super important. And he showed that he had that experience already as a 21-year-old to come out and put that into practice. He said it was very, very slippery, and kept on his toes all the way.
Yeah, you've always got to adapt as the course evolves. And they're just slinging the bike around there. And that's what we were talking about in terms of Johan Laursen being a dirty side dismounter, dismounting on the right, in terms of the way De Moya was just able to carry that speed, find those footholds and sling that bike around the outside.
Exactly that. Great example of the left-handed dismount and the right-handed dismount, and how it differed through that one section. So yeah, one of the few sections where it was really obvious that it was kind of better to be right-handed and dismount on the left.
Yeah, it was an impressive ride, and Laursen kept the excitement up throughout. He was just, you're just trying to all the time force that rider ahead of you to make a mistake.
He did. It was almost like as the conditions got worse and worse, Laursen just got to grips with it more and more. It looked like he was slip sliding everywhere early on, but once more rain came down, he obviously found his rhythm and found the grip. But no catching this man in the end. Kenai de Moya, our winner.
Great ride today. 2 from 2. Our top 10, Kenai de Moya takes it from Jurgen Laursen and Annie Ugo, Thomas Mean, Ben Askey, Miles Gevaerts, and Bossarts, Oscar Amy, Luke Gibson, and Joran van Holt is our top 10. So some really strong performances as well today. It's going to be quite good to see Ben Askey up there as well from CCA Toup. We didn't see him an awful lot throughout the race.
No, yeah, he moved his way through. 4th at British Champs last year in very tricky conditions. So, yeah, good ride from him today as well.
And Paul Sals and Sybil Clementines go 1 and 2. Kenai de Moya takes that win. So just waiting for our podium ceremony. Stay with us. Hope nice little wheelie there from one of our youngsters who's about to get their ride underway. It's not easy to wheelie a cross bike, is it, Ian?
Not especially when he's probably got his tubulars or tyres set up at race pressures, probably the 15, 16 psi when he weigh that little. So yeah, that rear wheel squirming underneath him as he pulls the wheelie.
Yeah, nicely done. It's a great skill to have, being able to pop wheelies. It's about the balance point of the bike, isn't it? Compared to when you're trying to wheelie a mountain bike or something.
Yeah, it is. The mountain bikes are probably the easiest, and road bikes can flip quite easily, as here we have the podium.
Yeah. Ugo Anani takes third. Jürgen Larison second. Nadia Moyet takes the victory. Second time of the weekend on the podium here at the Hope Supercross. And I think it'd be a shame. It's a shame that they're not staying for the rest of the series. Or Jürgen Larison isn't.
Yeah, De Moye is, Larson isn't. Yeah. So although teammates, clearly on individual programs as such. So very interesting to see how many more of these international riders stay for the full week. Yeah, don't know full start list just yet, but it'll be interesting to see those results. Keep up to date on the socials with the Hope Supercross on Instagram, etc., to keep up to date with those results coming.
Yeah, and it's looking at the way he goes, you wouldn't bet against him doing the clean sweep.
Absolutely not. I'm sure one man that doesn't want that is Thomas Mean of Hope Factory Racing's.
But it's a really good weekend. Great start to the cross season though, as well. Cross is back. From me, Marty McDonald and Ian Field. We'll see you soon. Bye for now.